It's a fantastic venue, isn't it? Really excellent. So this is our Health Services Research Day for SALHN Research Week. So welcome for that. Now, I'm a bit overwhelmed by technology here. Let's see how we go. So our theme is data. It's all about the question, and I think it is all about the question. And hopefully we get the questions right, and we've got the ability to get enough data to answer some of the questions, or at least pose a new question that might help us move forwards. Before moving on any further, I'd like to do welcome to country, to acknowledge the Kaurna people as the traditional custodians of the Adelaide Plains, pay our respect to elders past, present and future, to recognise and respect their cultural heritage, beliefs and relationships with the land, and acknowledge the continuing importance of the Kaurna people living today. A little bit of housekeeping. The Hoover event app, please try and use it. It's great for a question and answer session. We've had lots of questions. Some of the speakers have actually been addressing the questions after the sessions as well in a written form. I think that's very useful, but it's going to help us in the session because we have two people coming, Mike Phillips and Emil Zimmerman, coming internationally to help us with this, so we're going to have to use a little bit of technology as we move forward, so please think about using that. Just saw before 364 people on the app, but many people online as well, so welcome to people who are online now or watching this in a delayed form later on. We've typically had hundreds and hundreds of people online as well watching these events, so it's great to have a live audience. I think it's fantastic for the speakers, fantastic for this, but we recognise we have lots of other people as well with us. The active research trail, there are lots of helpers. If you haven't had a chance to do this, I've been showing a few people the active research trail today. It's a proof of concept for us in communicating a little bit about the research that we do. Uses a web-based app. Our local expert sits over here, Simon Windsor, but we're throwing out some ideas and trying to communicate, and I think it's quite exciting and offers a lot of opportunity for us. Once you're in it, you can click on some of the logos and learn a little bit more about what's going on at SALHN. You can meet some of our researchers in their labs and enjoy the process. At the end of this session, there'll be some more poster sessions. Please attend and interact with the speakers there. It's very important to get that feedback. You'll find the posters are online on the Hoover app to look at as well. I think that's a great component to this as well. It's really good talking to the people as well. It's good feedback for them, and we were a bit overwhelmed by the number of free papers that people submitted for this. So we've had to go to orals and posters. The posters can be excellent, better than orals sometimes, great way to communicate. Okay, so today it's Health Services Research, and our first speaker is Mike Phillips, who's beaming in from Salt Lake City. He's from Intermountain. And for people recently here, you'll know that we've been talking a fair bit about Intermountain because it's one of the capitals of improvement work in the world. It's a great medical system there. Mike directs the Business Development and Venture Investment of the Intermountain Venture Fund. He's a clinician. The fund itself seeks to bring new technology and businesses to Intermountain Healthcare, both internal and external sources. And previously he's been the Chief of Outreach and Clinical Services at Intermountain Healthcare, supporting outreach telehealth, so that's particularly relevant to a number of people in the audience today. And please ask him some questions about that. He's been involved in clinical shared service design and deployment. And prior to that, he was a clinical neuroradiologist at Cleveland Clinic. So he told me that he's one of those people who lived in a bunker, and we shouldn't despise him just because he lived in a bunker. But he's come out of the bunker and is helping us today with this. He was Director of Business Development at Cleveland Clinic, Imaging Institute, served on their board of directors, and was the co-chair of the Care Affordability Task Force of identifying and developing ways to improve efficiency and lower the cost of healthcare. So, let me get this right. There we go. Mike, I think you're with us. Thank you very much. Welcome. We've got You probably heard we've got a modest audience here, but a very important one, and we think a few hundred people online and then others who will watch this afterwards. So welcome, and
awesome.
I'll throw the floor to you.
Yeah, no, thank you. Thank you very much for having me. I'm going to run through just a couple of slides and then would really like to open it up for questions for folks. So I'm going to do my share screen here. It looks like that may be difficult to do because when I click on it, it says the host has disabled participant screen sharing. So I may need to be enabled before I'll be able to share my screen. And if we can't, I'm happy to just run through slides or run through it verbally, but probably a couple of slides would be helpful.
Mike, we're getting our tech help here.
Just need to enable my ability to share, and I should be good.
Give that a try now.
Hey, there we go. All right, fantastic. All right, can you see my screen? Yes. Okay. So really wanted to take a little bit of time to talk about some work we've been doing in developing self-serve analytics and some use of synthetic data to help our clinicians learn and to make care better inside our health system. So, you know, traditionally when we've gone out and tried to answer questions, particularly for our frontline caregivers, we usually had to go and seek out help with our data experts. And they're incredibly helpful folks. They're very good at what they do. Oftentimes, though, they can't really come and sit with us at the bedside. So there's a lot of back and forth communication. And there are also a lot of priorities that they have to meet throughout the health system. So what we really wanted to be able to do was get that data to frontline caregivers in a way that they could answer questions and begin to change care at the front line. And we did this at our place using a program called MD Clone. Really it's a very good self-serve database for our caregivers. And what we did is we took about 20 years worth of clinical data, 15 years worth of claims data, we also got a whole slew of non-traditional data sources. So unstructured data via natural language processing, and we put it all into one data system. We have about 103 users on campus doing this right now. We've identified a ton of savings inside our system and lots of use cases, and we'll talk a little bit about a few of those. So really what we were trying to do was make it simple for people to ask questions and to change our care process model and standard of cares using tools like this, and basically achieve good team-based care in this process. We also use the tool for selecting patients for trials. We've gotten a lot of grant opportunities out of this, and we've begun to do projects with third parties as well. So what data sources did we put into this? Well, we took data from our insurance company, which is called Select Health, data from 2 legacy EMRs, which were our Help 1 and Help 2. Our whole Cerner EMR data goes in there, our laboratory data stuff, things from our dictation system. We also got social determinants of health data from publicly available data that's out there, and we also got data directly from a program called Signal Dynamics, which our cardiologists use to record their data. All of that was loaded up into a database, and it actually came online very quickly, about 3 months of work, and we were able to begin answering queries. So what are the data types really like? Well, we got demographic data, claims data, social determinants of health data, and we have a whole slew of calculated events in there. So the system can calculate your stage of CKD, where you are in diabetes, hypertension, coronary artery disease, all kinds of different symptoms. And then we went through and scanned a lot of our free text for looking for specific events using a natural language processing. So a lot of opportunity to find data inside the system and get it categorized. So what did folks do with that? Well, one of the things we did initially with it was to really redesign our entire kidney care program. In the US, kidney care is not well managed, just to be completely honest. Essentially, kidney disease is a relatively silent disease. We have a lot of folks who progress to end-stage renal disease, and we have very large for-profit dialysis companies in the US, which manage a lot of the care. And at least in our organization, that system was not working well. Essentially, we had a lot of patients with CKD who were not identified. The majority of our patients who entered dialysis actually crashed in dialysis. And what I mean by that is they showed up at the hospital and learned for the first time they had kidney disease when they were in kidney failure, and went on to get care in a dialysis center after that. And that's very, very expensive. For us, in our hands, that crashing into dialysis is something like $125,000 just for that initial process, and those patients cost our insurance about $250,000 a year going forward from there. So very expensive. So what we did with this data system is we identified everyone in the system who had any level of CKD, and we assigned them a coordinator. And those coordinators, obviously were working in the sickest patients first to those who were less sick. And the data system allowed us to follow those patients, identify them, and put them on a care path. And it really turned around our entire kidney program. We had a 60% increase in the number of folks who are going to home dialysis. Now about 55% of our new dialysis patients end up going to home dialysis, which, considering that we started at 5%, it was a huge rise. We're also able to keep people out of the hospital. So an 86% decrease in hospital admissions. In the first year, we had 10 million plus in savings, and that's grown in the subsequent years going out. So this was really designed and run by two nephrologists and a pair of very experienced dialysis nurses who sat down with the folks at MD Clone and put our entire care path into the system and designed a care team around caring for these patients. The vast majority of this work is done via telehealth. So it really, this ability to have frontline caregivers take their knowledge, put it into a data system, and have that data system be used to follow patients throughout our system was just really a turnaround for kidney care inside our organization. And most importantly, these were patients who were really not, getting the care they needed. And, ending up in dialysis is a very difficult life to spend your time going to dialysis 3 times a week at a center. We also increased the number of folks who got transplant, nearly doubled our transplants during that time period. And we came up with one other portion of the system, which was very interesting when we first looked at the data. It turned out that about 15% of our patients were actually on dialysis for less than 2 months before passing away. And what that really told us was that we weren't offering people palliative care. They probably never should have started on dialysis. So since that time period, we've had a pretty steep increase in the number of folks who've been identified and offered palliative care. And really, it is the best solution for them at that point. But we never really had a good way to follow all those folks in our system. So this has been a huge turnaround for us in terms of kidney care. We've also applied this to a whole slew of additional projects. We began to fix our lipid management clinics. So we had a whole group of folks out there who we identified with lipid problems who were just not being followed. And we now organize our interactions via telehealth and via the clinic using a prioritized list that comes out of MD Clone. Fixed our inpatient C. difficile infections, had a huge issue with that inside our health system. We changed from a test for C. diff that was costing us like $250 down to one that cost $25. Lots of great opportunities there. Assessed new SGL2 inhibitor therapies, all kinds of potential problems. And these were all problems brought to us and questions asked by our frontline caregivers, and really have enabled the system, which has always been highly focused on quality, to be able to identify everyone who was applicable for a care path and begin the process of getting them on those care paths, and then be able to follow them and their progress inside the system. And it was something that our frontline caregivers could do. They could literally get a cohort of patients and be able to follow them in the process using the software. And then the last thing I want to briefly touch on, and then we can open it up for questions if folks have any, was that this system enabled us to generate synthetic data. And what is synthetic data? Well, really what it does, you run an initial query in the system, and it will give you a distribution like you would see here on the left. The original data is that distribution of patients. The software goes ahead and does all the descriptive statistics for that, and then will generate from those descriptive statistics a synthetic data set in which none of the actual patients will correspond to any real patient. But the statistics that you can run on the synthetic data are exactly the same or very, very close to the original data set. And what it allows is for sharing of data across organizations. And we do this, and I know that you have Dr. Zimmerman, excuse me, Ayal is what I call him usually, talking to you later today, and we share data with the folks at Sheba using this system. And our IRB and our compliance folks do not consider this PHI or protected health information, so it can be freely shared with folks because there's no privacy concern for it, which eliminates the need for an IRB and allows for very rapid sharing of both processes inside the system. So when we find a good way to identify a cadre of patients, we can share it with folks, and we can also share the actual data too. And for us, this is a huge step forward in being able to rapidly bring data to clinical care for folks and allow lots of different parties, including companies, startups, all kinds of other folks, to be able to test some ideas without having any privacy issues involved. And I think that's it. So I would just open it up for questions, and again, wanted to thank you for inviting me and beaming in 16 hours ahead. So all good.
Well, thanks, Mike. Thanks. Excellent. Great talk, and I think a good time now for some questions. I've got one question here on the Hoover, just asking you to touch on a bit more information that was required to be entered into the MD clone. And some of this EL might talk a bit more about as well, and Santosh, as we move forward. Have you used any other databases? And is this applicable for clinical trials?
Yeah, absolutely. In fact, we use it to identify potential clinical trials. So we have a very large biorepository at Intermountain, and we about 5 million pathology samples that have been collected over a period since the late 80s. So we'll identify which samples that we have using that. We can also, when a company will come to us with a potential therapy and they're asking us how many people inside our area would meet the inclusion criteria, we can pretty much turn it around in a day to tell them, who we would have locally who would fit this. And we'll be able to turn it out in descriptive statistics as well as, a synthetic data set potentially. The one thing I would say though is that synthetic data has some limitations, particularly when there are only a small number of folks who are in the actual pool. If it's very small, then there's no way to have a synthetic data set which can be completely de-identified from the original data. So, if you get down to data sets that are in the, 15, 20 folks, it's very hard to be confident that there'll be no information that would come out of it. And actually, MD Clone won't let you generate those in synthetic data if there's any chance for any PHI to come through. So, did that get at your question?
I think so. I think people are still getting their head around this. It takes a little while think about it, maybe as we go further, people start to understand a bit better, because for some people not heard it before. Mike, I might get you to stop sharing your screen, so because we'd all like to see.
Oh yeah, let me stop the share. Yeah.
Yep. Excellent. Now I've got a question here about identifying cohorts, let's say acute coronary syndrome, in the ED without having an ICD code. So can you talk about that a little bit?
So cohorts for us, yes, we can go ahead and generate cohorts through a whole variety of ways of doing it. So from basic symptoms all the way through ICD 9-10 codes, we've got 3 or 4 different separate descriptors that will come through. We also have all the procedural codes inside that, and we have natural language processing that allow you to go find folks inside the system. We found that even the codes were not consistent across folks. So oftentimes it required us searching with a couple of separate parameters to really get a complete cohort of folks. And the one thing this doesn't make up for, I don't know of any data system that can deal with this issue except for the real work that needs to be done. You have to clean up your data as you're putting it in. If you have messy data going in, you're not going to get a great product coming out. So there's still work to be done in that. And we found a lot of stuff in our data as we began loading it up that, we just had things that were miscategorized. We had folks who maybe weren't being quite as careful in some of their descriptions and uses of codes as they were entering people into the system. So we begun cleaning those, and when we found real life systematic errors, we went and addressed them.
Excellent. No, thank you. I think we all know the difficulty of cleaning it up sometimes. I think given the size of some of the databases, that's a pretty big piece of work. I've got another question here for you, Mike, about making synthetic data publicly available. So you might need to just give a couple of minutes thinking about that. Again, I'm not sure everybody's quite got their head around it. I heard Lauren here was telling me that one of the descriptions was that it was, it looked like Coke, but it was Diet Coke.
Yeah, I think that so making it publicly available, it meets through, and we've gone through the process with multiple third parties to evaluate it. So we didn't leave it up to our folks to evaluate the fact that this in no way could be re-identified. We actually went out and got experts to help us through the process and drew up our own standard operating procedures around it. And it is a little bit of a hard concept to think through. I guess the way that I would sort of, and it would probably be, it's almost better even with a blackboard, but if you can imagine choosing a set of parameters, say 20 or 30 features in a cohort, and running all the statistics on those and generating a set of graphs for each one of those statistics. What you ask the system to do is to go ahead and, from that set of statistics, generate new individuals who will fit the curve but don't look like any of the original individuals. It really is almost a factor of iterative random number generation over that time period to fit out a set of curves that match. It's more complicated than that, but that's probably a pretty good analogy of how to think about it. So what you end up with is a cohort in which none of the final members of the cohort actually match any live human, but together as a group they behave like the initial group. And that's a little bit of a hard thing to sort of necessarily wrap your head around, but it does enable a tremendous amount of work to be done in terms of going through and digging through those statistics and being able to look at it afterwards without having folks do it. Now, look, all of our work that was done on quality and care paths was done on original data, fully identified data. That's stuff that we do every day. Our clinicians are allowed to see all of that data. For going out and looking through things just to identify cohorts, to understand where you would want to go, yes, you can get your IRB to go ahead and give you a waiver for sort of a, you know, speculative evaluation of whether something's possible or not. Even that takes time in most systems to do. And if you want to be able to do that stuff for a third party who might want to understand if they want to come to a project at your place, that at least in our hands, our IRB puts us through a few number of hoops to be able to make that happen. So this just speeds the process. Did that kind of get at your question, or was I not answering?
No, I think you probably dealt with it pretty well. I've got one question which might be more relevant to us and maybe less relevant to you, particularly if you can show that you can make yourself more efficient with this. But it's a little bit about funding and workforce. Can you tell us a little bit about, because starting these things off, it's, you know, we can say it's done somewhere else, it works fine there, but what does it look like here?
So in order to launch it for us, as I mentioned, it took us about 3 months to bring it up and running. In our case, that was about 0.2 of one of our FTEs in our IT department. So they basically identified the data, which was structured in tables, and the folks from MD-Clone did all the rest. So it was actually pretty painless in terms of personnel and folks. We did have to go back, and we did this mostly with our clinicians when they were running queries, and clean up some of the data. That's still an ongoing process. So it actually was not very intensive in terms of personnel. Our data was, and still is in our primary EDW, in nearly 110,000 tables. So it's an enormous set of data and just an enormous relational database that is very convoluted. The thing that was different about MD-Clone is that they don't attempt to put things in relational databases. They pull all the information, and each individual patient is made into a linear timeline. So a birth to death timeline. That structure is very different than a typical relational database. It actually allows you to answer some very interesting questions, but the queries are typically done in the format of a reference event, which puts everything linearly together when you're identifying cohorts. So it's a little bit of a different kind of query, but it very effective, and it was very rapid for us. It also provided a structure for new data coming into the system. So as of January 1 in the United States, any person can order their electronic medical record, and they can do it they can just send a cell phone kind of order if they want to, and the health system is required to forward that data in electronic format, which is, as you all know, this is sort of the electronic equivalent of having someone arrive in your clinic with a stack of charts, right? It's a lot of unorganized data. The idea in our case is, as we're pulling that in, we'll put it into an organized database like MD-Clone and be able to make that data more useful as it comes into the system.
I think we just need to see it, don't we? But I'm going to just ask, I think I've got all my questions off the Hoover. Are there any questions in the audience? I can repeat them for Mike. If not, Mike, thank you very much. You've been very generous with your time. We're very fortunate we could link up. I hope it's not too unhealthy a time over there at the moment, but it's been.
Oh no, it's not bad. It's actually where I'm sitting right now. It's around 8:30 at night, so no worries. All good.
Okay, well, thank you very much. Been very generous, Mike, and look forward to talking to you again. So thanks again.
Sure enough. Thank you.
I'm teching ahead, okay? I'm just a bit nervous here. So look, our next speaker is a pre-recorded, because we have had troubles with time zones. So this technology is great, but it doesn't fix time zones for us. So E.L. Zimmerman is Deputy Director General at Chief Medical Officer and Chief Innovation Officer at Sheba. I think I mentioned Sheba at the beginning of this research week, and it's one of the great innovative and spin-out centres. I think it's one of the most productive centres for companies and commercialisation, and you heard Adrian Temple talk about how important that was from a productivity commission perspective as well. So they talking to him, and Santosh has been kind enough to help us organise that. So I've listened to him. It's different, and it's interesting. And MD Clone, I think, is a Sheba spin-off. So that's what we're going to talk about in a second. Sheba is Israel's largest hospital. Previously, he was the lead of research at Partners Healthcare. So if you know Partners, that's up in Boston, that's Harvard. He was heavily involved in the efforts to implement strategic care design there. He served on several advisory committees commissioned by the Office of National Coordinator for Health Information Technology in the US. He chairs a number of committees at Israel's Ministry for Health, and is the founding member of the International Academy for Quality and Patient Safety. So done quite a few things as well as this. I look forward to that now.
Hi everyone, my name is Eyal Zimlichman. I'm from Sheba Medical Center in Israel, where I serve as Chief Medical Officer and Chief Innovation Officer. And I want to use the next 20 minutes or so to talk with you about our innovation program at Sheba and the vast work that we've been doing over the previous years in building a global innovation platform that is called ARC. So before we jump in, let me just describe Sheba Medical Center. Sheba is the largest health care organization in Israel in terms of hospitals. We are a 2,000 bed facility with an acute care hospital, a rehabilitation hospital, a children's hospital, a cancer hospital, and all on one campus, which is one small city in many, many ways. We're considered largest in Israel, largest in the Middle East, and probably one of the largest in the world. In terms of numbers, as you can see here, and we won't go through these substantial clinical activities, but not only that, also a major research powerhouse, as well as innovation. And of course, I'll talk about that over the next few minutes. We're very proud about our data platforms at Sheba. We've been completely paperless since 2004, when the last department, the emergency department, actually transitioned from paper to electronic, with most of the systems dating back to the 90s. And we've also devoted a lot over the past 5 years to the infrastructure. I'll say a few words about that later on. Another thing we're proud about is commercialization. We've been really a commercialization powerhouse in many ways, many successes over the past 20 years with companies that are spun out of Sheba and were sold on the market for some of them quite substantial amounts. Some of that money flows back into Sheba, flows back to drive more innovation, more research, and that's the sustainability model of ARC, really powering through commercialization and using that money to further enhance innovation. And Sheba was ranked for the last 3 years as a top 10 hospital by Newsweek, the only global ranking currently that exists. Of course, we're very proud about that achievement, and research and innovation was always named as one of the strong points that have really put Sheba very high on this list. So when we talk about transforming the future of healthcare, we spend a lot of energy and time into building that vision of the future of healthcare. We call it Healthcare 2030. It's really demands a huge amount of innovation, and it's mostly around digital health, as you can appreciate. We all know the importance of telehealth, and COVID has really pushed that a lot, but also, of course, artificial intelligence, which we understand is going to disrupt the healthcare market over the next decade. Virtual reality, augmented reality, 3D printing, we call it virtualization. We'll talk more about that. Robotics, whether it's in the surgical room or not, they all will play a critical role in redesigning healthcare over the next decade. To get to that level of innovation, we've come up with this concept of ARC, which stands for Accelerating Innovation to Redesign Healthcare through Collaborations. At the end of the day, the ultimate goal of ARC is to redesign healthcare by the year 2030. And it will be mostly digital health that would be that change vehicle that we're going to be seeing having an impact on how healthcare will look like 10 years from now. Collaborations are critical, and so ARC is an ecosystem. It's a global ecosystem, which I'll describe the partners in this ecosystem briefly. So What are the fundamental principles of ARC? When we talk about ARC as an innovation platform, first of all is the understanding that digital health is going to be the main change vehicle. We want to focus on that. We've built that capacity at Sheba over the past 5 years. Traditionally, we've been very focused on medical devices and pharma with quite a few successes in these areas, but the new focus now is digital health, understanding again its role. Second is open innovation, working not only internally to innovate from within, which is a big part of what we do, but also looking externally to bring in innovation, very early stage innovation, startup companies into Sheba and providing them with everything they need. I'll talk more about that. International collaborations, we need to look internationally for the best partners, period. Geography is no longer a limitation, as we know. And finally, we have to build a strong innovation infrastructure, and I'll say a few words about what I mean when I say infrastructure. Starting with digital health, we're looking at 4 of these hubs around digital health, from precision medicine to big data and artificial intelligence to telemedicine and virtualization in medicine. All of those are the main focus areas when we talk about digital health. Each one of those is a hub. For each hub, we have a director, we have a team, we have a budget, annual milestones, and so on and so on. This is our ability to make sure we deliver on each one of these strategic areas. We also devote a lot of attention to medical devices. As you see here, that's another one of our hubs, and many of our innovations lately have come from this field of medical device as well. When we talk about open innovation, the idea is to turn Sheba Medical Center into a startup-friendly environment. And we've been quite revolutionary at doing that over the past 5 years, changing internal policies and regulations to allow us to work closely with startup companies, to allow startup companies to develop much faster, to provide direction for startup companies to where the need of the market is, and also to allow a marketplace for startup companies. And I'll talk more about that international ecosystem that is accessible to startup companies at ARC. We currently have almost 80 startup companies that are ARC members, some of them developed internally through our internal innovation platform. You see those in the upper side of the slide. Some of them are coming from outside of Sheba. We identify the leading startup companies and offer them to come into ARC and get exposure to everything that ARC has to offer. We also have investment funds. We have 3 ARC investment funds, a total of about $100 million of investment, and companies we invest in become ARC members as well. We see them here in this part of the slide. And also we have an accelerator for medical devices just outside our campus. And of course, startup companies coming from the accelerator are also part of ARC as well. Some of these companies you see here are really cutting edge technologies that we think will have a big impact on healthcare over the next few years. Companies like ADOC that have really revolutionized AI in radiology, the leading vendor right now in radiology. Companies like MD Clone, which I'll say a few words about, that provide us with the data infrastructure needed to take innovation to the next level, and other companies that are here on this slide. In terms of international collaborations, again, if you're setting out to transform healthcare, no one organization will be able to do this on its own. And so we've created this network of leading healthcare organizations around the world, and you see some of the logos here. A big focus on North America, as you'll find here in the US and Canada, where most of our connections go. But of course, by no means the idea is to expand much further than that and get to other locations, and we're looking for the right partners in Australia as well. You'll find Mayo Clinic here, Mount Sinai in New York, Cedars in Los Angeles, Mass General in Boston, Jefferson in Philadelphia, and others. Strong presence in Canada, as I mentioned, from Sunnybrook in Toronto to McGill in Montreal and Ottawa Hospital, and so on and so on. We have tremendous amount of collaboration that happen between the institutions you see here, with a lot of co-innovation that takes place, a lot of data sharing that takes place, and so on. This is really a big emphasis for us, and this creates huge amount of added value. But it's not just the other academic medical centers. They're also strategic partners in the industry, as you'll see here. Again, this list is growing, but really large companies that we work very closely with, trying to find the right models for public and private collaborations. We know that sometimes is sensitive, but there is an ability to do this kind of work, to provide value to both sides and push innovation forward. And I could tell you with a lot of examples of some of the work that is being done here with these ARC members as well. When we talk about infrastructure, we start by talking about the physical space. Physical space is important in innovation. You need to bring the collaborators under one rooftop. That presents huge opportunities coming from different sectors. The ability to work together, what we call bioconvergence, is really where we need to be going. And this is currently our campus, or the ARC Center at Sheba Medical Center, but we're starting construction soon on this new building, 100,000 square meters of innovation space, and this will be built right next to our main hospitalization tower, housing not just our own ARC people, our own employees. We have 70 FTEs or so working at ARC today. They'll be in this building, but of course, much more than that. We're bringing our partners to the same space. We're bringing other HMOs in Israel that work closely with us as part of ARC into this building through their innovation labs. We're bringing pharma companies, bringing startup companies that are going to rent space. So having people and organizations under the same rooftop in innovation is important. But it's not just the physical infrastructure, it's also the access to data. What kind of data infrastructure are you building? I'll say more about that. Funding infrastructure is critical. We know innovation is costly. You need funding to sustain. How do you take an idea to a proof of concept to a product to the market? That requires funding. And so investment funds are one end to this, but grants are important as well. And we have this program built in to make sure we have the funding required to push innovation forward. And policies and regulation. Many times we oversee this, but internal policies within our own organizations sometimes prohibit innovation, and we need to be able to adjust those to make sure we're able to run quickly enough to a pace that is needed for innovation, as well as change external regulations. We work with the Israeli government very closely to change regulations in the country to allow us again to innovate and push digital technology and other technologies very quickly into the market as well. So these are all infrastructure for innovation. They're critical to being able to do that acceleration and be able to redesign healthcare quickly so that we can gain the value in the right fashion. In terms of the operation, we call this the metrics. We're looking at the innovation hubs. On the vertical side, you see them again, the big data, precision medicine, telemedicine, XR, and medical devices. But also we have the operational floors, the horizontal floors, whether it's our own internal idea lab, where we create huge amount of innovation internally, and we have internal processes that I won't be able to describe in the short time we have today, but very concrete steps to really multiplying the amount of innovation coming from within the organization. I mentioned open innovation, so we have to work with external parties, startup companies and others, strategic partners internationally, and then the academia locally in Israel. We work with almost all of the universities in the country to have innovation programs that would drive further innovation. So this is our ability to make sure operational-wise, we're able to push on all of these fronts. And this is how we build the annual plan for each one of the hubs every year. When it comes to internal innovation, we have a program, a very strong program for innovation champions. In each one of the units at Sheba, we have about 60 of these innovation champions. I call them also ARC ambassadors because they are our ambassadors in each one of the clinical units. They are working on the clinical sites, on the production floors of healthcare, and we put a huge amount of training to these people. They go through training on how to innovate, whether it's design thinking, whether it's the ability to understand how to conceptualize a problem. It many times starts with that, understanding where the pain points are, how to really frame the problem, and then how to find the right solution, and then build a product and run a proof of concept. So all of that is being facilitated with these people, but we also teach them a lot about entrepreneurship and about innovation at large. We teach them about regulation in Israel and outside. We teach them about intellectual property. We teach them about venture capital, and so on and so on. We have entrepreneurship global program that is a few weeks for these people and some of our partners from across the world that we're running currently, and so on. And some of these people actually go on even to get training like an MBA. We have our own MBA program with a focus on healthcare innovation, an international program, physically here in Israel, in English. We have people coming from all over the world to go through this MBA training, and many of our innovation champions go through this program, so they actually get through a full MBA. So we've learned that as much as you can devote to innovation champions, the more you would invest in them, the more you get back. And this is one of our best programs currently, driving huge amount of innovation out of Sheba. I mentioned data and data infrastructure, and when we talk about that, of course, we have to understand that you need the right structuring, and we have chosen to do this using a company here in Israel called MD Clone, which allows us to, first of all, provide very easy access to structured data to all of our clinicians and innovators and startup companies to work directly on the data without the need of a mediator. That causes extreme accelerations in research and innovation when it relates to data. But it also allows us to share data with our partners at ARC. And that is something that is critical for us, because as you understand, being able to share data between organizations is a game changer in terms of getting to the next level of big data and artificial intelligence. We're taking ARC outside of Israel for a while now. The first example was building an ARC in a Canadian hospital, the biggest hospital in Canada, the Ottawa Hospital, which approached us actually back in 2017 and said, listen, you guys have figured this out. Why don't you come and build us an ARC within Ottawa Hospital? And we've spent 6 months working closely with the Ottawa Hospital to build an ARC there. We've launched it later on in 2019. And this was really the first ARC outside of Israel. We work very closely with the Ottawa Hospital to really push innovation to a whole different level, also doing data sharing through the MD Clone platform as well. So that's just one example out of others, but really the biggest project we're currently focused on, and the most exciting one from my perspective, is the ARC in Chicago. This is a huge project, basically building an innovation center that would work through the city of Chicago with all of the hospitals in the city. And also an accelerator for startup companies that are more advanced, coming into the US, looking for the US market, will have a soft landing pad within this innovation center and this new accelerator program. You can see here how this building is about to look like. We're breaking ground actually, beginning of October. So this is starting to come to fruition. And also you see here the space where the building is going to be built. This was taken about 3 months ago in Chicago, a very central location on Michigan Lake. Again, we're very excited about this program. And this is creating huge amount of attention in Chicago and is considered one of the flagship programs in South Chicago, for the city of Chicago, for 2022. We've been very active during COVID. Of course, we cannot talk about innovation without saying a few words about COVID these days. And Sheba at large was very, very active during COVID, coming up with many, many solutions, serving as not only a leading medical center nationally, but also internationally, with many publications, for example, even being published on the New England Journal of Medicine, Lancet, and other leading newspapers, with some of the insights coming out of Israel, led by Sheba. But within ARC, and specifically for innovation, really at the start of COVID, back in February, March of 2020, we've decided we're going to be focusing mostly on solutions for COVID-19. We understood that this is times of emergency. We have to stop our other activities and focus for a while only on solutions for COVID. Again, understanding the situation. And we've declared what we called the ARC COVID-19 battle mode. Again, the idea with battle mode was that we're now focusing 100% of our time at ARC only for solutions for COVID-19. And we've been working relentlessly during about 4 months of this battle mode, working with many, many partners in Israel and outside of Israel to coming up with new solutions. And really to summarize, March to June of 2020, about 4 months, you can see here 43 inventions, 13 patents, 15 commercial agreements, 33 service agreements, and even 3 startups funded with specific solutions for COVID. One of them a diagnostic device using spectral imaging to diagnose COVID in a matter of seconds and at the cost of about $1 per test. This is a company that now is already selling around the world and received some regulatory approvals in some countries already. We're very proud about the accomplishments during COVID, during those 4 months. And it really comes to show what happens when you have a structured innovation program and you could actually launch it in times of crisis like we had and like we in many ways still have, and the outcomes that have come out that are really game-changing on many, many ways. I'm talking a lot about this, expanding on the work that was done within those 4 months as a case study for innovations in times of crisis. And this has been really creating a lot of interest around the world in many, many ways. So this is the whole ARC network, as you see on this slide. More than 100 members currently globally, and this is a coordinated effort. One of the largest coordinated efforts right now around the world to really have a major impact on how healthcare will look like 10 years from now. Where are we going? How do we solve our many acute problems in healthcare? And going through this redesign, we all understand that we need to go through. So ARC is about doing this together, coming up with one concrete vision, and then moving to create a reality out of that vision through the ARC network. So I think I'll stop here, trying to really tell the whole story in about 20 minutes. Of course, there's so much more details, and I'll be happy to follow up. There's my contact information here, and happy to have you follow ARC Innovation at Sheba Medical Center on LinkedIn with many, many stories we publish almost on a daily basis. Again, looking for the right partners and happy to consider those in the future. Thank you very much, and all the best.
So we, again, through Santosh, I was lucky enough to be on a call with EL, and we talked a lot more about MD clone than he's spoken about there, but I think he's shown you some of the background where that particular instrument has come from, and you can see that they're pretty excited about some of the things they're doing, some of the partnerships. So it doesn't look like us anyway, but it's it is. The next speaker we have is, and we can't take questions with EL, so.
We're getting an arc.
An arc? I'm getting a very small one for you and a big one for me, that's right. I think, you know, in a very, 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 very modest way, I think having good spaces to talk and interact with people is critical. Obviously, they've taken this to a completely different level that they've done with it. So, heaven knows, I don't think that there's anything like that in this country or ever will be. But it has been an extraordinary, you know, you've heard, it's an extraordinary thing that they're doing over there. I think most of it's real, so it's might be interesting. I think the MD clone is just one component of it, obviously. So look, our next speaker is Santosh Vigazia. I know Santosh very well. I've known him for longer than he'd like to think, and maybe I would too. He's a senior intensive care specialist with Flinders, which we're very proud of. A few years ago, Santosh had been involved in the electronic medical record and digital health, and now has an auspicious role as Chief Medical Information Officer. So, you know, thank you, Santosh. Nobody else wants to do it, but we think, you know, it's great to have you, and it's very important for us in the South to have that direct contact, and I think happy to hear from you, and then I think we'll be able to take questions here as we go forward. So thanks, Santosh.
Thank you, Andrew. I mean, you've just seen what the future of technology looks like and where we should be heading. And when I took over as the CMIO, one of the things that became very clear to me as I started talking to people like EL and Mike, how far behind we were compared to some of the places in North America, even in Asia, and in Israel. And we did have the foundation of all the data analytics and all of this AI and everything that we needed to build, but we didn't have anything much bigger than that. And it became very clear to me that the future of the world is not going to be between the third world who don't have resources and the first world that have resources to actually build their capability, but it's going to be between the haves and the have-nots of data and data analytics. And how we progress would actually be based on the electronic world. And so when I went into the Department of Health, the first thing I did is to do an assessment to see where was South Australia and where did South Australian health fit into this big picture. And it took me about 2 days to recover from my depression when I looked at how behind we were in our capabilities. The first thing was that our entire database was meant to be an administrative database. It was set up so that we could get funding from national agencies, that we could predict whether we were going to run out of money and things like that. It was never really meant to be a clinical database. And the way the foundations, if they are not laid right, there's no way you can turn it over and say, I'm going to make it into a clinical data set and I'm going to begin to use that. So that was the first thing that I realized. The second thing is, for us to be able to clinically use data, there's no point data coming out of our DRG classes about 3 months later, where we can take the data and say, oh, maybe I should have done this or maybe I should have done that. We need real-time data. And the question was, how do we define real-time data? And when I talk to people about real-time data, they were talking about 24-hour refresh rates. Every day at 12 a.m. in the morning, our data gets refreshed. And I said, that just can't be right. And I said, for me, real-time refresh is less than a minute. That means after an event, a new hemoglobin has just hit our system. Within less than a minute, we should have it in our databases so that we can begin to do some of the innovative things that they're doing. And a lot of our clinically relevant data sets were around coding data and DRGs. And data access to clinicians was almost impossible. I had an RMO who came to me and said, hey, can you get me this data set? And I thought, oh, easy. I'll go into the thing and I'll talk to a few people. About 6.5 months later, with everything that I managed to get in my database. That just wasn't good enough. And then we had this clinical performance manager, or CPM, or the data analytics tool that came with the EMR. And I realized that it was so complex. The backend was so complex. You needed to be a SQL writer to be able to get in there and begin to use that. And even then, to access data was very difficult because you had to jump through too many hoops. And none of these models were scalable. If you wanted to get to where Israel was, there was no way with the infrastructure that we had that we could get there. Now, straight away, I identified 5 challenges. The first was we had no infrastructure. You needed servers. You needed the ability to get into clouds. You needed to be able to build an architecture. The second problem that we faced was siloing of data. If you look at the Oasis data, if you look at Oasis, it's a 7-digit MRN number. If you look at the EMR, it's a 10-digit MRN number. Straight away, the two databases, it's Santosh Verghese in the Oasis doesn't intuitively mean the Santosh Verghese in the EMR is the same Santosh Verghese. And we have about 23 major clinical databases, of which most of them have different identifying features. So the data was siloed. There was no way to match any of this data. And we had no data architecture because it was all administrative, as I said before. And on top of all of this, there was no data governance. And because there was no data governance, you went to somebody, even if they wanted to give you data, they were really afraid that they would be caught by the minister, or they would be in the front page saying, you gave data to this clinician and look, it's up on the, you're in the news. And obviously, I didn't have $1 to do what I wanted to do. So big problems. So what we decided is that at the end of that year, we had a $30,000 budget from my department. And what we decided is, because we couldn't get a buy-in, we just wanted to show the CE what the future looked like. So we created this proof of concept. The first thing that we did is using a very innovative technology, we moved from a 24-hour refresh rate to a 30-second refresh rate. We proved that we could get real-time data into our database. We then merged two databases in a small way to show that we could actually merge it real-time without us having to do it manually. And then we created a few basic dashboards and clinical applications just so that we could prove that we can actually make this happen. And we called Chris over and showed him this, and he was absolutely blown away. He said, what do you need to get to the next level? And then he really got behind us, and he really helped us move along. So the first problem that I had was all the latest tools are based out of the cloud, but our policies, our regulations prevented us from really getting to the cloud. Because if I wanted to build a solution in the cloud, I would still be just talking about it. Because there are federal regulations, state regulations, and SA health policy. So we decided we are not going to go into the cloud. We are going to develop an on-prem server. So we decided that we would come up with a roadmap that showed that everything that we were building would allow us to get to the next step. So that what we were building was not going to be redundant, but was going to get us into the cloud or to the next level after that. And all along the way, I wanted the team to test the models to see whether it would help us get to the next level. So we phased the whole thing into 3 phases. The first phase was building our infrastructure on-prem and building an architecture that allowed us to get to the cloud in future, upgrade some of the things, the clinical performance manager, develop an enterprise Power BI interface that would allow people to dashboard things, and they didn't have to go out and get separate licenses, and then begin to bring in various major databases into our server, and then to begin to give LHNs access to the thing so that you didn't have to come centrally to me saying, Santosh, can I have the data? Completely democratize the data. Bring it as close as possible to the front-end clinicians. As of this month, we have our infrastructure built. We have built our clinical data architecture. I can talk about that a little bit. The CPM upgrade gets done in December. We took a whole third node of the production EMR server and plonked it within our server. That basically gives us real-time data access to the EMR without having an impact on the speed or efficiency of the EMR. So that's phase 1 is now complete. This is just a thing of how complex our new database looks like. It's got huge complexities, and the only thing I want to focus on, which you may be interested in knowing in the future, is those purple things, the raw layer, enrichment layer, informatics layer, and the transform layer. So what we are doing, and the reason we have set it out that way, is we are already thinking about AI in the future. We're thinking about cloud in the future, and that will help us move to the cloud. So the raw layer is where I take big databases like the EMR and plonk it there. I take the back end of Oasis, which is called CRR, and plonk it there. I put various other pharmacy and a theater software, OMIS, all of that sits there. It's just an absolute reflection of what is sitting somewhere else. The next layer above that, which is the enrichment layer, begins to match people, individual patients across databases so that it can begin to link Santosh Varghese across all the databases. It can also match things from my health record. We can begin to get data from external sources in there, and then moves it to the next layer, which is the informatics. That's the layer where we standardize the data, we put them into tables, it's clean data, it's a single source of truth. We add metadata to that to say when it's blood pressure, it's all blood pressure, it's arterial and intra-aortic balloon pump and all of that, and so you know what you're looking at, so that there's a single source of truth. And the layer above that is where we transform the data into things, and I won't go into all of that, but essentially this is what our model looks like at the moment, and this is what we're doing. And now we have the ability to create simple dashboards, real-time dashboards, and the good thing about what we have done is because we've got an enterprise wide license and you have access to the data, the surgical team or the medical team, if they have capability, can go to the LHNs, get the data, you have metadata that is there. You don't have to come and ask me, what does this mean? What does that mean? You now have the basic tools to develop your own dashboards. My philosophy is the dashboards, all of them don't have to be perfect. But the clinicians know if they're not perfect. Let them develop it. There's this intense fear that you need perfect dashboards. I don't think that is true. You just need dashboards that work, that give you the information that you require. This also helps us develop applications. Like at the moment, if I've got a potassium of 8 in the intensive care, and I've just looked at the OASIS or the EMR, and I walked away and it came 2 minutes later, there's no way that I get informed on my phone that there is a potassium of 8 unless somebody calls me. There are applications now that we are developing that will begin to help us track results, inform us, get to the next level of informatics. And now that we have done that, to me, though, that was foundational work that we needed to get done. So we have only built the raw layer. We are bringing in databases into that. In the next step, what we want to do is to move to filling up that informatics layer, slowly beginning to match the database, beginning to build the metadata, beginning to do all of that, add more and more data sets. So the next 4 things, SaaS, ambulance data. Now it's almost impossible to link ambulance data with our data because there's only one code that actually identifies Santosh Verghese, who has been brought in by ambulance, is the same Santosh Verghese in the EMR. And that link there's no way to get it unless you get the systems in. And so those are things that we're going to be doing over the next 6 to 9 months. You can see, So now you may ask, just because we have data doesn't necessarily mean that it's intuitive and clinicians can use it straight away. You need to be able to give them an interface that is easy for them to understand. They shouldn't be SQL writers. Like I keep telling them, if I should be able to do it, because I'm not a SQL writer, I'm just a clinician who's working there. And that is where we have started doing this thing with tools. There are modern tools like the data virtualization tool that does all the hard yards for you, picking it up from various things. And you can go in and say, show me all the tables that are there. Oh, okay, this is the demographics. This is the all the diagnostic codes, okay. This tells me that these patients are in cardiothoracic, and this gives me physiological data. You can go, in a buffet, begin to pick up key things, and I can decide who has access to what level of data. That's where I can switch on and switch off things, where there is some control for the thing. And then you can start building your own databases. Or, if you don't have that, I can put a synthetic data interface there, where you don't have access to the patient's actual identified data, but you can use the same data set, but to generate synthetic data. Some of the other things that we are doing is we are giving capability to people like Ash to begin to develop their own dashboards using a centralized database. And that will mean that we can democratize the data. We're also working with Department of Premier and Cabinet to change some of the policies, change some of the regulations that allow us to take this to the next level. And finally, what I call the phase 3 is reaching for the sky. We ultimately need to migrate to the cloud. I don't think that we should go completely to the cloud. There are issues associated to that. We should have a hybrid model with some stuff in the cloud and some stuff on our server. And that's where all the latest tools are. So that's where the real power is going to come. And for most of the cloud applications and AI applications, you need the raw layer that I talked about. They don't need you to transform data and things like that. They can actually go in and work with your raw data. And that's where we are building to get to the cloud. And thereby beginning to look at artificial intelligence, machine learning, virtual clinical registries. And to me, as I keep telling people, if my registrar, if I tell him that we are really fantastic, I see you in Flinders, the patients are far better than the one in Ra, he should be able to go in and say, hey, let me just have a quick look at this, and come back and tell me, I don't really think we are better than that. That would, to me, would be the real future of data and data analytics.
Okay, thank you, Santosh. I think there's a few questions here for us, so I'm not going to let you. I'm not going to let you escape. I'll come back to that in a second. But thanks for that. I'll take a few questions here while I just get my thoughts together here. Somebody's asking about the single source of truth, and how's the CDAP going to deal with that? For example, one data set might say I've got diabetes, and another data set says I don't have diabetes. How are we going to deal with that?
Yeah, I think Mike talked about this really well. The first thing that happens is all of the software platforms can only deal with cleaning up data up to a certain point. If you have dirty data coming into a platform, it'll be unrecognizable. So the first thing is to get back into the EMR and the data entry, making sure that we have made that the data into our presenting complaint and various things where we pick it up is actually authenticated it and cleaning that up. Yes, there are things that we can do like machine learning, scanning through documents, but none of them across the world have really done a good job at it. It picks up things and a symptom, like Mike talked about picking up symptoms, respiratory failure and things like that. None of them really work. So that's the first thing, that the basic raw data needs to be as clean as we can get it. When it gets to the next level, for us, we have to look at multiple authentication to make sure that it is diabetic. How many different places has it been written? Is it actually reliable? Like in the, we just realized in the EMR, smoking is recorded in 5 different places. You may go to 4 places and there may be no data and you may say the patient is not a smoker, but you may have missed the other one. So that's the other bit that we begin to get better and better at picking up from multiple sources. And of course, identification, I can go on and talk about how do you pick up single patients and things like that for ages. But I think from a clinician's point of view, it is making sure that the data is clean, and then the metadata in that layer that we are beginning to get really clever, and there are really good tools now that help us do that.
Can I just pull you out on that one a little bit? Because you've talked about the EMR, but I think you told me there were 23 databases.
Yep.
And so the EMR is only one of the databases that we might be using. Now you might have data that's coming in from SA pathology, SA medical imaging. You might have all sorts of other data from My Health records. So we don't necessarily control some of that data that's coming in. We might have to use natural language processing. How will we do that, and how will we push those things together?
What we realized is that the dirtiest data is the clinical data. It is symptoms and things like that. Terms like lab data, it's usually clean data. Radiology is usually clean data that comes in there. Many of the like pharmacy data is quite clean, their data. So those were not the real issue. It was more related to identifying disease codes and identifying patients with heart failure, myocardial infarction, definitions of myocardial infarctions. And those are some of the toughest things. And a lot of people have tried to work on models that generally give you a thing. So the way that people have solved that is to make it visible to the person who's going to use that data as to what exactly that source data is, and they have to make a call. Do I think this is clean enough for me to look at, or it's just not clean enough and I don't think I need to look at other sources?
So I'll keep looking at the questions. Phil.
That's a great talk, great work. What I really want to know is, we're a small state. A lot of healthcare is federal. In fact, most healthcare is federal. And all the other states. Are you better working in a small environment like this, obviously getting things right is easier when it's small, but if you, as you said, data is king, and that's going to differentiate us, should you be trying to move to having all the federal data, all the states on the same page, so you actually have a national database that we can really do things with? And if so, what are the chances?
That's a really good question, Phil, actually. The way I look at South Australia is that South Australia is actually the Goldilocks state. We are not too big that it confuses us, like New South Wales has got 7 instances of the EMR. So at least we have only got our old Oasis and 1 instance of the EMR. They've got 7 instances and they can't match their data. It's become even more complex. That's one. The second thing is they are so large that they've divided they call it LHDs there, not LHNs, that they are almost like independent kingdoms and the data doesn't share. We've got one URN number across the state. That's really excellent now. And so I think having a statewide data which includes regional hospitals allows us to work in a more manageable environment. And we actually thought about how do we begin to link it up with other sources. And that's why we are getting tools like this virtualization tool that allows us to clean up our own data, but also match it with external data. So now if there's federal database that comes up, or our education database, do we want to link up certain patients with educational database? The tools that we are putting in will allow us to do that. So I think we need to do our piece of work and then have the ability to reach out and grab other big databases.
Thanks, Santosh. So my first point is I've never seen a dashboard that's remotely useful to me. And so what is it that in these dashboards would be useful and interpretable? And I relate it to my car. I only ever need to see what the speed is. I don't need all the other stuff that there's there. So that's the first question. But the second is, can you synthesize this, and I don't mean synthetic data, but can you synthesize this into some way of developing a warning system to identify deteriorating, so I just want to draw you out on a specific example, deteriorating patients in a hospital with a combination of laboratory, radiological, clinical observation, whatever else. So they're the 2 bits.
Excellent question, Rob. Excellent question.
I'm glad you said that because I didn't want him to have an excellent one.
That's right. I've often thought about this dashboard question that, one thing is dashboards age very quickly. And the problem is you have a set of questions that you build a dashboard for, and it answers that, and then you want to add a little bit extra, and you can't go any further. You're just stuck in a particular paradigm. And I think the reason that they get stuck into that paradigm is because you don't start with a clinical problem you want to solve and work your way back so that a dashboard gives you information.
And I think that's my point, is that often dashboards to me are information or data masquerading as knowledge because you don't know what it means.
Correct. Now let's take the example of deteriorating patient that you talked about. What if I could create a dashboard which on the fly, as soon as you enter the ward, said, overnight, Rob, there were 2 patients who had med calls and they are bed 13 and bed 26. Would it change your practice? To me, it would tell me that those are the sickest 2 patients. Maybe I should go start by seeing them first. It might be a simple thing. Yeah, and what I'm saying is start with a single source and then I'll talk about more complex things. So whatever we put on a dashboard must change practice. It might be that this example is not the right example, but it might be something that you say, if I had that information and that sequence of things, I can do it. So in fact, somebody in my team is working on this deteriorating patient thing in my office at the moment. What we are trying to do is to take a whole series of labs and work out what the chance of them deteriorating is. So an elderly lady sitting in bed 24, what are things that could show that in 6 hours from now she could deteriorate? A blood pressure that is falling by 14 or by 10%. A new creatinine value that has come up, or a new blood culture that has come back positive. All of these things could indicate, and you don't need to come up with a score, you can just put that up on a dashboard. That will change somebody's action straight away. And those are the things that we are beginning to think about and beginning to work on, to look at it from various aspects of it, to ask you what would change your practice, and then to try and capture that.
Yeah, I guess what I'm looking for though is something, to pursue this example where the staff in the hospital can see that there's a deteriorating patient that needs attention before a med call happens.
So
Absolutely.
Can I take Rob's point for a sec? And it sort of fits up with one of the questions, which is a little bit about time frames. I think I'm okay. So I'm a little, to be honest, there are two bits to this. Maybe let's follow this through and we'll come back to time frames in a second. So I'm a little confused about this because each time we do this, we seem to be reinventing it as though this is the first time we've ever asked the question. And it's been asked before, so, the big meeting that I go to, I know guys at Chicago said that they had, the night coordinator had an iPad with the top, all of the most unstable patients, by that in the organisation, exactly what Rob's asking for. At the same meeting, I heard people at Kaiser presenting some stuff from a huge amount of information, that they had predictive information, not the information that would go to a med call, but actually would send a message to Rob's phone and say, you need to go and see that patient sometime in the next 6 hours, because otherwise we think there's a 90% chance they'll have a med call within 12 hours. They had enough predictive. So that we've had that for a while. So I know this is very tough, but how come we're in this situation where we've got to do it ourselves here when other people are doing that already?
I think the critical thing that I see often, and this is something that I have seen, is that organizations where clinicians are willing to come in and to work with technology, with people, and to spend hours and hours doing it, not working. Today, if I were to ask a whole series of clinicians, can you come and work with me for one day? I can't find people to work with me. It is unless the clinicians come out, we can stand and say, oh, they have it and we want the same thing. But nobody wants to come and give me the time of the day to doing it. No organization can do it without doing it internally. SA Health, we within SA Health must develop it just like they have done it in all of these organizations. And we have to do our predictive models. We can't take the American predictive models and say this works for us. 90% may not work, but 10% will work. But it is where so often I ask people to come in and spend a bit of time with me, and most people say, no, that's not great fun. So I think that's where the difference is.
Okay, so we'll...
Because you haven't asked me to come out yet.
I think he knows the answer, but so I did get a question here, Santosh, which is a little bit about time frames. So there's there is, as it's a frustrating job, but there are frustrations out there as well. And people are trying to get some of the data. We're in a bit of a data chasm at the moment, having lost what we previously had and what we've got in the potential. Can you give us some idea about where will we be when? And obviously we'd like to have our own arc. Maybe what time next year do you think that would be coming? And help us a bit.
So I think what we have done at the moment is we have laid the foundations of getting the various databases in. The next step would be to create those tables. And for me, and that's where I'm working with Ash quite a bit, to say what data do you want to see in there? What can we put in there? What do we need to build on first? Because the resources that we have are so few. We've got 2 technical analysts who have to do all of this work. So I think this is going to take about the initial data probably about 6-9 months, and then more and more enrichment as we go along. So is what I think, Andrew.
Okay, good. So I've got a question here about business intelligence skills. How can we develop those amongst our own staff? And I think you were sort of talking a little bit about that, because it is, some of us are too old to learn, but maybe there are younger people in the organisation who can learn. So how are we going to develop that? Do we need programs around that? Is it the individual interest? What?
That I think, I call that digital maturity within an organisation. Having all the world's best tools is like having an F-16 sitting there that nobody knows how to fly. And somebody can come in with a little propeller aircraft and do a far better job. It is how do we build the digital maturity and digital literacy within our workforce, and what levels do we need to achieve? to get to that point. To me, I think that is really important, and that's why we have chosen Power BI. Power BI is the simplest tool to develop. And Andrew, you told me a few months ago that you have learned how to use the basic things of a Power BI. So to me, it is that it's beginning to talk to people about SQL, about databases. And I was no great shakes about a year or two. But I picked it up along the way. I realized what data sets mean, what do you want to achieve. So there is all of the innovative clinical questions that we have to teach people to ask, and then also begin to develop tools and teach people to come out and learn to use those tools. So I think that's really important for an organization.
Good. I've got another question here for you, Santosh, which is, I guess, is a detail, but it'll be from somewhere, at the beginning, when the EMR came, it obviously shows you how well informed we were. I thought we would not need to buy any more pulse oximeters because, the data would go straight in from, we'd be very careful. The data could go straight in. The data could go straight in from a ventilator, from our blood pressure devices, from other tools, but it's not that easy. Is that coming, or is that just never to be seen, do you think?
No, the whole thing ultimately works on the principle of money. The technology is there. The ability to integrate is there. APIs, everything is there. Let's take, for example, simple things like tap on, tap off to make things easy. That's got an enterprise-wide bill of 4.5 to 6 million. The exchequer doesn't have the money. We can integrate the thing. EMR has the ability to do it, but the exchequer just doesn't have the money to doing it. So I think if more and more clinicians ask for it, we have the ability to do that.
Good. Rob?
Yeah, I'm lining up again. Are you able to identify clinical variability? So let's say, the management of anything, appendicitis, use an example. Are you able to identify variation amongst hospitals, units, surgeons? Is that feasible?
That's a poison chalice that you've just given me. Technically, because the entire state's data now is in there.
Well, so let's just say we want it for SALHN. We want to understand what variability looks like.
The important thing to be able to understand variability is, do we have all the database across RA and QEH and Flinders so that you can compare it? So that's the first thing that we have done. So our database allows that, but you'll have to develop it. So the tools are there, but then you'll have to define how do you define variability? And somebody within your team will have to develop the tools, not the tools, the parameters that need to go there, and then we can develop it.
As long as it's on a dashboard, yeah. All right, and sort of along that line, another question. Let's say we want to know how many bed days are lost because patients are not getting into emergency theatre. Are you able to answer that one for us? Is that feasible?
See, this is where we get confused between technology and questions. If you ask me, do you have the technology that will allow me to answer that? We are building the technology. That's where the clinician has to come in and say, what does that mean? Develop the parameters. In order to answer that question, I need the time that they came in here, they did this, I need this, that, and everything. So they'll have to define that. And what I'm hoping is to build the tools that will allow you to plug all of that in and hopefully come out with an answer that looks at it. But if you ask me, can you do that? I can't, because all I can do is give you the technology.
But you can make it easier for us than it is.
Yeah, that's right.
And I think, it does come back, the question, it's all about the question. And that's the critical bit. We've got one last question here.
Santosh, I guess it follows on naturally from Rob's specific questions, but I guess make it maybe a little bit more general. If we just shorten the lens to, take off our dreamers hats and where are we going, but are you able to give us a little bit of a summary as to what capability you have now for services you could provide now, and just an idea about who we go to and how we go about accessing data as clinicians?
So there are three things in order to access data. The first is you need the technology you need the data, and then you need security and governance so that data can be safely handled. The government is petrified about patient-identified data getting out into the wild, big, bad world. So what we have, where are we at the moment? So at the moment, we have the EMR database, the entire EMR database that is there. We've got some bits from the old OSS so that we don't lose 20 years of historical data. We have got all real-time data from pathology, radiology flowing in there. Now, what we are doing as a next step is working with Ash and his team, and we have given Ash access to just our entire database to build some of those tables now. If you wanted it, they'll have to start building those tables. And if they think it is safe to give you, if the ethics approval has been, you've received the ethics approval and things like that, then you don't have to come to me, you can go to Ash and his team and get it. So over the next 6 to 9 months, more and more data will get populated into that area, hopefully. And if it allows, if the government gives us some of these permissions to use, like the virtualization, where we can give you access, direct access to the data, if you have done it, then we can move there. So that's a more policy decision as to who can have access and how quickly.
Santosh, I think we're going to have to stop there. Your people can grab Santosh outside. He responds immediately to all his emails because he doesn't get many. If you want to ask him any questions through that mechanism as well. But thank you very much. It was a great session. Just as we're departing, please come back at 2:30 for the next session with Maria Crotty, Maria Nacho and Erin Morton. Just remember there are posters now, so please go and see the posters as well. And I think you'd have to say that the technology went okay today, so I'm very grateful to Lauren Perry, so please give her a clap.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name's Simon Windsor. I'm the Manager of Research, Governance and Ethics at SALHN. We had a great session there to start today, the Health Services Research Day for SALHN Research Week. So now we move on to our next two presentations, entitled Data, It's All About the Question. We acknowledge the Kaurna people are the traditional custodians of the Adelaide Plains and pay respects to elders past, present and future. We recognise and respect their cultural heritage, beliefs and relationships with the land. We acknowledge that they are of continuing importance to the Kaurna people living today. So we've got the Hoover event platform, and you can ask questions for the presenters while they're talking. If something comes to mind, you can put it up there and we'll ask the question following their presentation. And the facilitator for today's session is Professor Taran Bastampali, Senior Consultant Psychiatrist at SALHN and Professor of Psychiatry in the College of Medicine, Public Health and Flinders University. So can I have a round of applause for Taran?
Thanks, Simon, and thanks for the opportunity to facilitate the session. It really great start to proceedings, looking at the registries and sort of the science fiction of Sheba and what's in intermountain healthcare. And to extend that, we're going to continue the theme about data and registries. And I'd first like to introduce Maria Crotty. Professor Maria Crotty is a clinical academic and rehab physician. In 2001, she was appointed Professor and Director of Rehab Medicine. She leads a multidisciplinary research group who focus on implementing best and promising care models and is embedded within a healthcare setting and translating research into clinical practice. And she'll introduce the ROSA team.
Thanks very much. I was just going to say very briefly, set the scene for this presentation from Maria Nacho from ROSA. So this is a project which has been funded by Health Translation SA. It's MRFF money, and it's a rapid translational project, and it involves the whole of Adelaide. So it's focused on preventing readmissions of older people, because our area where we work with older people, we're often sort of facing the barrier between the health services, which is state funded, and Commonwealth services, and getting integration is always the holy grail for us. So we can usually measure quality of services in terms of readmissions. So this project was focused on preventing readmissions, and it involves the three heads of the geriatric services. So the head of the NALHN service, the head of the CALHN service, and the head of SALHN service, which is Craig Whitehead. They were all involved, and they certainly drove a lot of the questions and the way we looked at it. We had a partner of COTA, the consumer organisation. They had a budget of 40,000, and they they still are actually collecting data and interviewing consumers, and they provide us with quite a lot of feedback. And then we had ROSA, who you're going to hear about, who are sort of the big data gurus in our area nationally. And we had a health translational research expert, Gillian Harvey, who's here, and her team have done a lot of stakeholder management. We've got a lot of GPs and aged care organisations involved. So I guess the thing that I would say I'm on about 6, maybe 7 of these types of grants, and they usually have these components, MRFF, of big data, health economics, which I left out. We've got health economics on this one as well. Big data, health economics, and then quite a lot of emphasis on translational science, how to actually implement translational science. And I think you almost get the impression at this session that we've had today that health services research is big data research, but actually we have found there's quite a lot of, you get quite a lot of joy from the other parts of it as well. I think in this particular presentation, Maria is going to talk about the big data aspects of it, just so that you can see how helpful it is for clinical groups. So I'll introduce Maria now. Let me see, because Taran, I'm not wearing my glasses, so I may not introduce Maria.
Thanks, Maria. Professor Inácio is an epidemiologist with expertise in population health surveillance systems and utilization of existing data and informatics to enhance these systems. She's the director of the ROSA, which we'll hear about, and is a Hospital Research Foundation Mid-Career and NHMRC Emerging Leadership 2 Fellow. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you so much for the introduction, and thanks, Maria, for setting the scene and how this project fits in, the collaborative nature of this project. And thank you all for coming today to this section and letting me speak a little bit about the work that we're doing, and also introduce you a little bit about ROSA, because I think you need a little bit of context to how we came about being able to do this kind of work here within the state. So STAR-SA is the name of the project, which is an acronym for the State Action on Avoidable Rehospitalization, Unplanned Admissions, and Integrated Knowledge Translation Project across SA. And as Maria mentioned, was funded by the Health Translation SA through one of the MRFF Rapid Translation funds that I think we were awarded this in 2019. And there's a very large group of people that are involved with the different components that are covered within this project. If you want to read all about the setup of this, there is an article now that we published on that collaborative, and I think it's really useful for people that are trying to start up something of the same nature. So the project covered, as Maria mentioned, clinicians and as well as academics, as well as a variety of different stakeholders that have very often, I would say, probably every 2 or 3 months, met and discussed the progress and reviewed the different portions of this grant, which really made it an incredible experience to get where we're at today, and to also have the buy-in and the ownership from these many people across the state has been really an incredible experience. So the work packages were, from the beginning, the way that they were structured was that the ROSA team was going to be able to profile the individuals that were at risk of frequent hospitalizations within the state. There was going to be a review of the evidence and an evaluation of the health economics, a component of interventions that might be able to reduce hospitalizations that have already been done, and also evaluate that within the state. And then a policy collaborative, which was a place where everybody that had an intervention to reduce hospitalization within the state, be from a clinical service or from an aged care provider, could come and discuss and have a roundtable about what they're doing right and doing wrong. So before I go in detail of the actual work for this specific project, I just want to give you a bit of background about ROSA. ROSA was set up in 2017 now through support from the state government. And what we were charged with doing was essentially integrating information that's available within the aged care sector, which is an enormous amount of information, to the information that's available within the healthcare sector in Australia, to try to understand new things about this push and pull within these two different sectors that could inform new evidence for both sectors. And to date, there's 15 of us that are based at SAMRI. We have academic appointments with all the universities in South Australia, and we do research in a lot of different areas, from both health services to the nitty-gritty of hip fracture outcomes, frailty, and quality use of medicines, for example. This visual gives you an idea of what ROSA actually looks like. This is how we structure our database, our platform, as you might call it. And the two things to highlight is that we have two cohorts that are captured within ROSA. We have a historical cohort that has de-identified information on every older Australian since the implementation of the Aged Care Act in 1997. Information on the services they've received linked to all of their healthcare information is available nationally, which is the Medicare data sets and the PBS data sets, the National Death Index, for example, as well as the hospitalization records for these individuals from 4 of the bigger states. So we have data on Queensland, New South Wales, Victoria, and South Australia. And we use that data set that has over 3 million people, because it's getting updated right now to include 2018 and to 2020. We use use that data set for most of the research that we do because, for most of the research questions we have, we don't actually need identifiable information on these individuals. But at the same time, what we also done at Rose is we started a prospective registry in the state of South Australia that, with the assistance of all the LHNs and the ACAT teams, every time somebody has an ACAT in South Australia, they're introduced the concept of ROSA, this data integration from the aged care and the healthcare sector, and they're given their opt-out consent to be part of this registry where we can obtain their identifiable information later and have it linked through the respective integrating authorities that actually own these data. That data set is much smaller. It's about 16,000 South Australians every year. Those are the ones that are having ACATs every year that are entered. And that information has, we necessarily don't have the identifiers of the individuals, but we have the identifiers, very importantly, of the providers, which is very important for a lot of the work that we do with the registry. So far, in our short history, we've been able to demonstrate quite the value of running a project like this, and that is that not just academic publications can result from this, but a massive partnership of different people from different specialties can contribute to this and ask a lot of questions that are really quite important for a lot of different areas. We've been able to provide 11 reports to very important groups, including the Royal Commission, so we were highly involved in a lot of the investigations around quality and safety monitoring of the Royal Commission. We provided them with data, we provided them with reports, we provided them with staff, we provided them with expert testimony around how to use this integrated data to create high quality evidence. And we also made it a thing within ROSA from the beginning, and this was really important to Steve Weslin, who was the lead in setting this up, that we do a lot of community engagement activities and try to disseminate our information as wide as possible so this information gets into consumers and to the older individuals that are actually utilizing these services. So one of the main things that we do at ROSA, and the reason why we set up ROSA honestly was to examine variation in practices, and I suspect that that's what the presentation before me was talking about a little bit, and that's registries do really well is examine the variation in practices, appropriateness of care, effectiveness of care. And that's what we did from the beginning. We decided what types of outcomes, what kind of indicators we wanted to measure about the people that were in residential care, about the people that were getting home care services, and created metrics around it and how to measure that with the data that we have, and then provided national profiles so people can use for benchmarking and use for quality improvement. And that's what we've created, and that's what you see on this graph here. This is a graph showing the variation in psychotic use nationally in residential care facilities. So we've done a lot of work around this in a lot of different areas, and it's important for me to note this because it gives you the bigger picture of how STAR-SA fits into what we're doing, because the next thing that we're doing now is it's not in there, is we're doing risk profiling for these specific events. So one thing is to measure how variation is affecting the residential care facilities. They can use it, but the next step, and a lot of registries have done this, is to be able to give information back to providers and to individuals that they can act on and that they can modify in order to change the risk of actually having these events happening. And that's where STAR-SA actually comes in and fits in within the greater vision of what ROSA has. So from the beginning, what we knew within ROSA, we obviously only have individuals that have access to aged care services, which is probably about 15 to 20% of the people over 65 years old. So we knew there's two very critical points in the individual's journeys that they were at particular high risk of being hospitalized. And that's when they have an ACAT. As you might imagine, by the time they have an ACAT, it's because their health is quickly declining and they can no longer be at home and they need services. And usually what's going along with that is they're being hospitalized. Another one is when they're entering care, because they obviously got to the point of they declined their health. Their health has declined so much they can no longer live at home, or they don't have care or support to live at home any longer. So we wanted to identify opportunities at these two key points with the data that we had that would allow us to potentially intervene and give information back to people that potentially could intervene and reduce that risk of them being hospitalized. So this is just a figure showing actually the hospitalization right before they enter permanent care. I could have showed you at different time periods, but you might imagine right before they enter, that's the peak of their histo-hospitalization. So right here is showing that about 10% of them being hospitalized, like in the weeks prior to entry into care. So it's a very critical time with a lot of resource utilization, obviously, at those times. So today I'm going to show you the information about the risk profiling that we've done for individuals at risk of being hospitalized at the point of entering into care, not the point of the ACAT. That's a separate analysis, but that has also been published already. So we examined about 120,000 individuals that we knew within 90 days, 20% of them were hospitalized and 23% of them had an emergency encounter. From our integrated data, looking at over 250 variables. So this is looking at all their medication history, all of their health services utilization in the past year, like how many times they went to the GP, how many urgent after-hour attendances they had, how many optometrical services they had, if they had a chronic disease management plan, whether they had a variety of services that are covered under Medicare, whether they had their recent history of hospitalization coming up to that, massive health events that happen to them, as well as all the things that are collected at the time of ACAS, whether they have support at home, what kind of functional disability limitations they might have, what kind of cognitive decline they might be experiencing. We process all that using a variety of different modeling approaches now. We've used anything from, we never went down the track of using black box AI because we always wanted to be able to give information back to the providers, but using pretty sophisticated regularized regression models to purposeful regression models, variable selection models. We arrived at about 34 factors that moderately well predicted whether somebody was going to be having these events within a 90-day period. And these are the 34 factors that I'm showing you in here. Now, what we tried to give information back to people was put it into perspective of how important these things were, because obviously just showing them their risk estimates doesn't really tell the relative importance of those things to each other. So that's the type of information that we were able to provide as well, is that if somebody had a history of hospitalization, how does the relative contribution of other risk factors can provide to their risk of having these events. So this is the kind of work that we've done now for a lot of different outcomes. We've at different types of different periods in people's aged care journeys. What we're working towards now is building all these models into tools that can be used by people. The problem with this, obviously, is that these tools are not developed to use the exact same data that we are using. So they would have to be collected from an individual. So in an ideal world, this is hopefully before I retired, it would be, there would be one place, and maybe this is where the new electronic medical records for people, my health record, that links the PBS, the MBS, your aged care service assessments, your aged care service records, and immediately utilizes all that information to do this, because this is where this information is coming from. But that doesn't happen yet, and that is an uphill battle for us, and we'll continue to fight it. But in the meantime, we're trying to come up with other ways of getting this information used and implemented in practice. So we've developed all these cool models, we have all these cool tools, but it's really hard to get this into practice now. And so the next step of what Maria and I have talked a lot about is to actually do a proper validation of, if we get these tools, now we have these tools, how do we implement and collect the data? If somebody inputs the data, whether it works as well as it works with the data, with the integrated data, for example. It's a true missed opportunity that we have to do it this other way and not the easy way, but the easy way, as the person that was talking before me mentioned, the government doesn't have a whole lot of, and you would know as clinicians, they have a lot of appetite for risk and sharing information, and this information getting out there, and that's what we need to work, is balancing that risk proposition to the benefit that we can offer from these tools that we're developing with these new data. So this is one thing that we're working towards, and we've demonstrated that can very easily happen within our data. But then the bigger vision, actually, is that once this thing exists, and I showed you before that outcome monitoring system that ROSA has, which measures all the clinical variation on the variation in very important clinical indicators of care. For each one of those, we have been developing risk profiles for people and the likelihood of them having those events at specific time periods in their aged care journey. So Now we have already completed, so within the STAR SA1, the hospitalizations and the ED encounters, but we've also completed the risk of falls within that year of entry into care, the risk of pressure injuries within that year of entry into care. We can create, like the profiles that are here are real profiles of people, and we can output these reports for people at the point of entry into care that gives them information about the risk of then having all the major events that we know are gonna, are likely to happen to them or are likely to be things that they need to be mindful of in the years to come. So that's where ROSA is going. And our main limitation that I need to mention is the issue that we have around the implementation of these tools now, because the technical ability is there, the data is there, is really how do we get this back in a way that you at the front line or the individual can use. And that's all I had, so thanks.
I think we'll take questions at the end after the presentations are finalized. I'd like to introduce Dr. Erin Morton. Dr. Erin Morton is a multi-center clinical trial management specialist and Deputy Director of Flinders University's premier clinical research consultant team, health data and clinical trials. Erin has been a clinical researcher since 2002, and she'll introduce her to a clinical unit. Thanks.
Hello everyone, and thank you to SALHN for the invite and Taryn for the introduction. Maria, great presentation, really fascinating. So my talk today is not about a particular project or particular question, but more ways in which our group, Health Data and Clinical Trials, can hopefully help you answer yours. Firstly, I'd like to acknowledge this land which we meet on today is the traditional lands for the Kaurna people, and I respect their spiritual relationship with their country. I also acknowledge the Kaurna people as the custodians of the Adelaide region, and that their cultural and heritage beliefs are still as important to the living Kaurna people today. HDCT, it's a lot less of a mouthful. If you haven't heard about us as yet, we were established only a year or two ago by Professor Rob Saint as Deputy Vice-Chancellor of Research for the University, in collaboration with Professor Derek Chu, one of the SALHN cardiologists and obviously current Commissioner. We are FIMRI based, but our work is actually university wide. So although we do a lot of work with College of Medicine, if people are from nursing and health science, science and engineering, psychology, or our partners, and very much including SALHN within that, or wherever else people might be coming from with questions, we're here to help. Our interim director is Professor Peter Eastwood, Director of FIMRI, and I'm Deputy Director. So our purpose is to facilitate and enhance clinical research capacity in whatever manner we can, but also whatever manner people come to us and would like. Whether that's conducting and uplifting clinical trials or any other aspect of health-focused research, whether that be obviously data-driven in various different aspects. We do act and try to be a central point of making efficiencies and foundational changes, including clinical registries, but also so that, as has previously been mentioned, all the various concerns about risk management, if we can do that for the university as a whole, then not every single person is going to have to reinvent the wheel and do them themselves, unless of course they choose to. And ideally, and in every way we can, we're leveraging existing strengths and taking modern approaches. We are a small team, but very experienced, and for those based around South, we're on level 6 of FMC. That's our group email if anyone has any questions. Just very briefly, this is our team. As you can see, we're split relatively equally across the clinical trials and the data science spaces. We are going to be increasing our data side by at least 2 more people within the next few months. We also bring on additional staff as required, either for our own projects or ones that we are supporting. And there's those like myself and our support officer Amy who work across both areas, and we also have Alejandra, who I'll talk about here. So this is just a little bit of my background. As mentioned, I've been in trials in the broad sense, including data management for 20 years now. Also worked in the lab, pharmacy and whatever, so I've covered pretty much every aspect at one point or the other. And yeah, you can see from that there. We have Amy, who's extremely well experienced and has come to us from SAMRI, and Alejandra, who some of you may be familiar with, whose primary role is with the College of Nursing. So she works very heavily with Health Translation SA on community engagement, but her academic focus is actually knowledge translation, and not just translating it, but evaluating how well we translate our research into the community. So we feel that's a very important step. It's not enough just to do the research. We want to see it actually making a change, and we're here to support people to do so. Our project management team, Push and Victoria, are here for ethics and governance advice. Again, that can be specific to data questions, as I'm sure many people are familiar with, getting the right terminology so that ethics and governance know exactly what you're talking about. And both they and our data managers and myself are there to help guide people if they've got particular questions as to best data sets or sources for what their question actually is. We term what we do as being an academic research organisation, for those familiar with the CRO term, or contract or clinical research organisation. And again, we can uplift staffing capacity, and Push and Victoria are currently running both industry-driven and also investigator-led trials, both local and the Australian Army, some national ones. Steve is our primary data manager at the moment and has a wide variety of roles and duties. Again, really want to emphasise that this is dependent on what people are asking for. So if there's a gap in a particular, or in someone's team, and they just want help on a particular aspect, we are absolutely happy to do so, whether that be building a REDCap database, whether that be harmonising data from SANT data link, or advising on other aspects, including linkage. Just spelling it out a bit more in terms of all the different aspects. So also, it's not just about once you actually have your project up and running, we're also happy to help on proposal advice, whether that be for the grant itself or budgets, or again, providing resources. Another aspect that we have is the monitoring, so the source data verification of your information, and various methods of that, whether that be the traditional risk-based or local, national statistical monitoring, and particularly these days with COVID, obviously there's a lot more focus on doing things from our various desks rather than travelling interstate or internationally to do things in person. But we're au fait with all of those. I'd also like to add that from the data analysis point of view, we work very closely with the team at Flinders with statistical, health economics, epidemiological help as required. Just as some examples, I didn't want to focus on any particular project, but this is some of the work that we did last year. As mentioned, we initiated the group with Derek Chu, so these are predominantly cardiac-based ones. And as you can see, there's a wide variety of types of projects, so whether they be grant-funded, whether they be support and collaboration, and these ranged from ethics and governance for some non-cardiac, including mental health, pregnancy and respiratory projects, and then clinical trials in rheumatology, and but we do have quite a strong focus on the AI and tech side of things, and also data sets, linkages and registries. As you'd expect, a number of our projects are long running, but some of them might be as short as a particular data extract for a particular purpose. I'm going to cover 3 trials, but I'm not going to go into detail as to what they're about. It's more about how we did them. So the ASSET project was a comparison of valve replacement interventions, and I guess the key takeaways from these is that we wanted end user assessments and also cost effectiveness. It was an investigator study, but it was fully funded by an industry grant, which we applied for with an industry partner. So we utilised data filtering to identify eligible patients, took those to the treating team, ensured that we had a research team that was well staffed and well trained, but also as junior as was appropriate, to ensure that we could continue the capacity, knowing as always that recruiting patients can take a fair bit longer than you might originally plan on. We utilised quality of life surveys and PROMs in terms of our outcomes, with also data linkage with health services such as MBS and PBS. So we had meaningful questions, but we're also able to get some really strong answers from the data that we collected in a quite extreme efficient manner. Rapid TNT, which some people may have heard of, was a big study for the last few years. This one also utilised the EQ5D quality of life surveys, health use and outcomes from hospital data, and MBS, PBS linkages. Again, utilising the outcomes via data linkage, disruptive trials methodology, and in this case we, let me get the numbers right. So we prospectively enrolled 3,300 patients. We had 1,200 enrolled in the first 23 months, but in the next 22 months we recruited an additional 2,000 simply by changing the way that we recruited our patients. So there's certain studies that have fallen over and probably will again in future from sticking with a particular methodology, and we are very keen to help people look at different options so that they can make their trial a success. Focus with the underlying hard AI infrastructure and RapidX AI NHMRC partnership project, of which SALHN is a part, is all about generating evidence-based medicine from a combination of obviously clinical intuition, but also the objectively accessible and particularly e-information wherever possible. That one pulls together multiple data sources, as you can see, bringing them all together via linkage and AI modelling to enable better decision-making, evaluation and care. This is an old example. So we started as I said, these are particular cardiac projects from last year, so we started the Focus project in cardiology. It is now entitled Focus 360 as we start to expand to other departments, dependent on a particular stage for the hard AI infrastructure to take. But what it was about was, again, using the data in a smarter way to answer whatever questions we might have, not just as researchers, not just as clinical care, but as business or whoever it is that might have a question, and again by utilising information that's already been collected. And using that for appropriate analyses. So whether that might be targeting the groups with particular lengths of stay or particular costs or whatever might be appropriate. This is our research range from this year. As you saw before, we're a fairly small group, but we do like to keep busy. So again, it's just as a snapshot. The advice tends to be at that usually grant application, but sometimes it might be study protocols. Each of the additional little bubbles there are just showing that we have more than one project in that particular area. We initiated our clinical trials education series last week with our first overview workshop, and we'll be running additional ones every 4 to 6 weeks, but it'll probably average out basically once a month, excepting the Christmas period, where we'll be going into greater detail for an intensive and interactive sessions, starting off with study design on October 14th, and we will be running at one specifically to do with data next year. Projects-wise, that is more about the trial conduct and data. As you can see, there's quite a bit of activity there as well. And as said before, this might be running an entire project or doing an entire analysis or involvement from advice to CRF to database build to analyses, etc., or it might just be different aspects depending on what people would like. So currently our goals are to refine people's research as they request, so whether that be NHMRC, MRFF or industry, and that's some of the different areas that we've worked in recently. I've mentioned the education series that we've got. I do want to emphasise that that is cross-campus, so the notices are going out both across Flinders Uni but also SALHN, but it is open to anybody who might be interested. We do very much focus on collaboration, so obviously for ourselves, so we're working together with a cystic fibrosis charity at the moment, with people from palliative and general medicine, imaging, and rural and remote. We do have very strong relationship with the SALHN Office for Research, with Simon and with Andrew, and also with various people in digital health and data, both across SALHN again with Ash and Health Translation SA and other people across the state. Actually, after this I've got a discussion with Nalan about data governance, so we very much are wanting to help everybody, whatever the collaboration might be. Upscaling, the first two examples there are ones where we've had clinicians who are very interested in research but haven't had the capacity to do any. So either they've been approached by industry or they have wanted to approach industry with an idea and couldn't turn that or couldn't translate that into research, and then again, obviously, hopefully, an improvement in care. So those two trials we've upscaled, and we're also, as previously mentioned, running the Australian arm of an international NIH-funded transfusion trial at the moment. We do help with the budgets with grants, so that's whether we're involved or not, but can also offer those services. As mentioned, do the database builds, etc. Most of those things I've covered before, so just as examples of the different areas that we've worked in. And proactively, so a lot of being a new group has been about getting some runs on the board, but we also want to make changes and, as I said, make it a better research environment, a better data environment for everybody. If we want researchers to be able to get stuck into what their question is and get the data to support that, again, without having to reinvent the wheel, without having to wander in the morass that essay data can sometimes be, and know where to go as quickly as possible. So part of that is discovering cross-campus and across the state and interstate interests, introducing people to each other who may not know that you exist but actually have quite common interests. Obviously pulling together the health services researchers and data users as well, so we've started that within the uni first, but we've only had one meeting so far, but we'll be expanding that as we go, so if anyone is interested, please do let me know. Aligning our resources, the sort of ARO structure and support that we can provide, contributing as well. So we're having discussions with the Commission about their patient-centred outcomes rollout. We do want to enable Flinders and the people we work with to enact that as quickly as possible and provided responses to the recent Health Act review. We're also developing undergrad and or helping develop the under and postgrad course topics, both to do with clinical trials but also in terms of placements. So again, if that's something that interests anyone, please let me know. We're trying to set up and or help data platforms. There are multiple aspects of this, and as mentioned with Alejandra, the translation assessments as well. Design-wise, we're involved in the national praxis courses that have just being set up at the moment, both introductory and advanced clinical trial education. And I'm the South Australian representative of the SA Hasanda node. So for those who haven't heard of it, Hasanda is a national data sharing initiative, and I'm on the data access working group for that. Obviously there's other ones from SA, and that's coordinated by Health Translation SA. But what we're talking about specifically within the data access group is not just the access, but how to share, what sort of consent requirements are needed for health studies, particularly when we do so often work within health. And also looking at additional pathways to increase data capacity for the uni and partners. So all up, I think at the moment there's at least 5 different, shall we say, pokers in the fire in terms of different ways to access data. And we realise that there's some amazing systems already out there, but there's also ones that might be short on capacity, or the researcher who comes to us might just want something simple, in which case one of the other answers might be the best one for them. So we are very much trying to make sure we've got a broad capacity so that we can help everyone as we go, and as part of that look at efficiencies by as much as possible being a sort of a central service to initiate and introduce PROMs more thoroughly, translational steps, and efficiencies such as the data linkages and use of the data platforms, all for the long-term goal of enhancing clinical trials and health services research. That's just in a nicer, prettier way, the different aspects, but really want to emphasise that we're here to work with all interested stakeholders, whether that be clinical trials or data, any research groups. So yes, we are very much happily under the auspices of FIMRI, but you don't need to have anyone in your group that's part of FIMRI to come to us and ask a question. What it comes down to is capacity and priority, but until we have people asking, we won't know where we need to build. So we are small, but we are growing, and we're looking forward to finding out where is the best place to grow as we go on. But yeah, from the university's point of view and ours, we're all very passionate about facilitating enhanced clinical research, making a change to health data and building foundations within the digital environment to help that, and not just being the ones to build. We don't, there will be many instances where that's not necessary, but then it might be introducing people to ROSA or to other aspects that are already here. So one way or the other, helping evaluate and incorporate innovation.
Thanks, Erin. I will now take some questions. Maybe if Maria and Erin could come on stage. I'll take some questions on Hoover as well. Maybe I can start off with a question to Erin. Just in relation to the concept of virtual clinical registries, I've heard Derek talk about it, and it's been a topic of some interest for me from a mental health perspective. Have there been many requests to try and create virtual clinical registries in areas beyond cardiac?
Yes. So there are, thank you. There are a couple that we are helping at the moment. One's definitely further along than the other one. The first one is looking more to set up a traditional registry as a pilot and then move to the virtual. The other one is in combination with SALHN and one of the national societies, and that's about to go into ethics for a pilot that running here in SA, but will be broadened should that be successful. So that's quite exciting.
Sure, thanks, Erin. And the question's for Rosa. I guess the question is about the real-time data. It says, great Rosa project. If the data collected upon entry to edge care, how often is it repeated? There's a lot of valuable information, and what is the feedback loop to the LHNs? Which I guess is you covered a little bit, but accessing real-time data in terms of the ROSA data set?
There's a lot of questions in there. There's different aspects of things, but so an individual enters, when they enter the aged care sector, they have an eligibility assessment, so that's the first time that there is a full comprehensive assessment that's done on them. Then they'll enter permanent residential care, and there will be another assessment that's done. That's usually for funding purposes, but there is a new tool that's being implemented at the moment, but at that time they do collect information on functional ability and health conditions that affect their ability to, to conduct daily activities of daily living, as well as cognitive and impairment and complex healthcare issues. And then that is supposed to be updated every time they have a major health event affecting them. And about 20 to 30% of them will have repeat ones if they already don't come in at a high risk. So if they already come in at high needs, it doesn't get repeated very often. All of the aged care data sets, the pharmaceutical benefits scheme and the Medicare benefits scheduled data sets are updated nightly. So the Department of Health can make this happen on an everyday basis if there was the capacity. And I've spent a lot of time having these conversations exactly because of that. It could happen nightly. As a matter of fact, there's a few massive cross-sectoral integrating projects that are happening ran by the ABS at the moment that are showing that this is possible in real time. They are doing it for the immunization schedule. They are linking immunization to other data sets. The ABS is running this. The problem is all the governance and all the ethics issues that are surrounded that. So technically something like ROSA could happen nightly. The hospitalization data is a different thing because the hospital data, as you know, is owned by the states. So the federal government doesn't have the power to just demand that information. And apparently that has been a very contentious activity and debate for many, many, many years. The Australian Institute of Health and Welfare has tried to do some of it, but it hasn't worked out. Some states, some for different projects have bought in, some haven't. So it is a federal issue, a national issue that's been happening for many years, so I kind of went sidetracked. But the answer is a few of these data sources, this could happen nightly, but it doesn't. For a team like ours to get access to this data, it takes about 18 months from the end of the financial year, and it takes about 35 ethics and governance applications and data request applications in order to keep these data sets going. So just to give you a sense.
Okay, sounds like it's complicated, but it's
from our end, but it's doable.
It's doable. I guess wearing my policy hat, I was in the department, still am in the department 1 day a week, but I think there's a contentious area around how this data helps with policy. Of course it does, and the trust issue within the department, and I think the ability to provide the data is there, but there's some kind of trust issue that I don't fully quite understand. It's labyrinthine, but I think it's solvable, but I think it needs kind of executive endorsement.
So we can access, like South Australia has been wonderful in helping us access information integrated into ROSA. So that hasn't been the problem. It's when this has to happen at a national level that becomes an issue.
Okay. Okay, no, that's good. Just one question I have. The results from ROSA through the trials and the multiple research studies are all very informative. To what extent has that changed policy locally or informed policy?
So our work with the Royal Commission was actually probably, I mean, look, we're really young, but I would say that within the time we've been around, we've done a lot of work for the Royal Commission. So we wrote 4 reports for them. 2 were around psychotropic medication use once you enter residential care. So a lot of the interim recommendations that they made based on around the over-reliance of psychotropic medication in these individuals. I mean, it didn't just come from us, the evidence, but we gave a lot of the evidence that was, reported on that in there. But all of the work around quality and safety monitoring now that's happening because of the recommendations that we made to the Royal Commission, that the Royal Commission has made to the department, and now the Department of Health the government has put money to these recommendations, and they're happening. We're very much involved in that, so that's absolutely amazing. So there's a quality and safety monitoring program for residential care facilities that's being expanded and revisited, and we're part of that. And there is a new home care quality indicator program that's going to be implemented, and we've been part of that. So it's really, it has been quite amazing that we've been able to be part of that. So
thanks. A question for Erin. In terms of the data landscape, obviously there's Department of Health, there's the Commission, there's Flinders University, there's SALHN. I mean, lots of interesting data, and to some extent the questions have some similarities. Do you see the chance that the data governance and the data question can be synchronized under one umbrella?
I think so many people would like it to be. I'm not sure whether that is too pie in the sky, but I think there's a lot of ways we can step towards it in making our policies more similar. And certainly with the, not just the South Australian Hasanda group, but the ones dialing in nationally. I mean, everyone has the same concerns. Everyone can see the same benefits. It's about making it happen together.
Should we just have one data unit for South Australia? We're a state of 1 million. Sheba is exporting to Chicago, and I mean, why can't we have one data unit? Or with all the data people in SAMRI or
that would be so
wherever?
much easier, but I think part of that is that trust, is that ownership, is that governance.
Whose ownership?
Well, it should be the patients. That's what it comes down to. But I think SA is getting a lot better in terms of collaborations, and I think if we keep going that way, we'll get somewhere exciting.
Okay, thanks. Any maybe one question from the audience? So I've only got 4 on Hoover, but any questions from the audience? No? I'd like to wrap up, and thanks to our presenters. Very informative. Thank you.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Health Services Research free paper presentations for the day. We acknowledge the Kaurna people are the traditional custodians of the Adelaide Plains and pay respects to elders past, present and future. We recognise and respect their cultural heritage, beliefs and relationship with the land. We acknowledge that they are of continuing importance to the Kaurna people living today. So we've got all of the free papers today on the Hoover event platform. If you go into the session now, you can ask your questions and the facilitator will be able to ask those questions for you. We've got the active research trail, which gives us a bit of an insight into our 4 fields of inquiry. That's in the public realm there, the park in the middle of the Tonsley precinct here if you want to have a look. And we have a prize. We've got prizes for each day of the 4 fields of inquiry. This is the Health Services Research Day. So $2,000 will be awarded to the best presentation. And the voting for that is also in Hoover. So we've got question and answers on the left and the polls on the right. And this is a very sort of democratic process. You've got 1 vote, and so you can select who your favourite speaker is. So the facilitator, we're very fortunate to have Dr. Diana Lawrence with us, the Executive Director of Medical Services at SALHN, and she's also an acute care paediatrician. So can I have a round of applause for Diana?
Thank you, Simon, and welcome everyone. It's great to see quite a few faces here, and I know there are a lot of people online. So we've got a really good session planned for now. We've got 6 presentations from our SALHN people from within SALHN, so I'm really excited to really hear their presentations. The first one that we're going to kick off with is Dr. Jackie Beale, who I've had the pleasure of working with in the 7 years that she's been the director of our hospital-based child protection service at SALHN. Jackie is a clinical psychologist, also has a PhD and a wealth of knowledge and experience. So she's going to share with us detecting and responding to child protection risk during hospital-based antenatal care. Thanks, Jackie.
Okay, so thank you very much, Di. Before we start, I'd really like to acknowledge our collaborators on this piece of work, particularly Naomi Baum, who's been the key person behind this as part of her PhD. Some of you may know her as Naomi Guyver. And I'd also like to acknowledge the Better Start group, particularly Rhiannon Pilkington and John Lynch. I'd also like to acknowledge the Kaurna people, and also particularly that in child protection, Aboriginal children are vastly overrepresented, and I think we've got to keep that in mind whenever we think about child protection. So as you know, the first 1,000 days of a child's life sets a foundation for later development. Now we know that it's not just about 1 or 2 vulnerabilities or risk factors. It really is about the cumulative effect of these risk factors across a child's lifespan, and this starts in the period of fetal development. We've also know that when there is 3 or more risk factors, that there is a significant increase in the risk of child maltreatment, which is why our service is particularly interested in this area of work. And we also know that intervening early is really important. Any problem that's there is likely to remain, and so you get that increase in cumulative effect, but also it is much easier to reverse these problems when you address them early and when a child is young. As a child gets older, these problems become progressively harder to change. So how big is the child protection problem? If we look at some work that's been done by the Better Start group looking at birth cohorts, and these are South Australian birth cohort data, I won't talk you through the whole slide because of restrictions on time, but if we look at the first line where we have one notification, so that is one report to the child report line. There is, this data goes up to 2017, it is now 1 in 3 children are notified to the Department of Child Protection by age 10. So it's 1 in 3. So if you think about that, if you've got a class of 21 kids, that's 7 kids in that class that have been notified. So this is no small problem. And then if you skip down to the bottom line where we're looking at out-of-home care, so these are children that have at some point in their life been removed from their parents' care. And at the moment, that's 1 in 50 children in South Australia have spent some time in out-of-home care. So does that actually matter in terms of their development? Well, again, the Better Start group has looked at vulnerability on the Australian Early Developmental Census in relation to child protection contact by the age of 5. So if you look at the first, is this a pointer? I don't know. Anyway, if you look at the first bar where you have the 21%, so this is basically a baseline. So you have, sorry, something funny's happened here with the, just ignore that box at the top. Something's gone wrong with the slide. There we go. So if we've got the first contact, if you have children with no contact, then the baseline for vulnerability across the state would be around 21%. Once you actually look at the more severe end of the child protection system, so those that have had substantiated abuse or are in out-of-home care, it's over half of those children. But interestingly, those ones, that 1 in 3, that where there's a notification of, just one notification to the child protection system, these children are just under 2 times greater developmental vulnerability than children who have not been exposed to parental vulnerabilities. So as a hospital, what are we doing? Nationally and throughout South Australia, we do actually screen and have referral programs in pregnancy to identify women and their infants at being at risk. And at SALHN, we call that the Early Links Pathway, which commenced in 2004. Importantly, and why we really sort of started this work, was there is almost no information published on the outcomes of these programs, especially for infants and children. So what do we know about antenatal psychosocial risk? Today we'll have a look at 3 cohorts that can give us a little bit of a different view, and this is really just a real snapshot of the work that we've been doing. So the first one will be for children born at Flinders Medical Centre in 2015. So that's just over 3,600 children. We've got a much smaller cohort that we've done a lot more detailed work on, where we'll really focus on 68 mothers that are in what we'd call an at-risk sample, and also then a third cohort, which is just over 10,300 births over a 3-year period. So we're looking at the vulnerability. The data has been obtained from our administrative hospital systems, and this is where Naomi's work really kicks in. And she coded all of the administrative data from both structured and free text clinical field notes, and has pulled together and data linked a whole series of different data from Flinders Medical Centre. Now, the data focuses on maternal risk, and I think what it does highlight is that we have little information about protective factors, and we have little information about fathers. And this is a problem when you're using administrative data. You've really got to go with what's been collected. In terms of a work in progress, and I'll talk about that a little bit later in terms of the Be Bold platform. So if we look at that first cohort where we're looking at births at Flinders Medical Centre in 2015, this is a small selection of risk factors. There's a lot of different ways you can slice and dice this, but just in terms of a summary, this is sort of 8 risk factors that we've looked at, and what might surprise a lot of people is, the 7.5% of women that come in and report prior child sexual abuse or child physical emotional abuse. The domestic violence figures of 4.7 are probably low, and there's about a fifth of women who indicate that they have mental health indicators, and about a quarter that are indicating an increase in sort of more general psychosocial risk. But as I said earlier, it's not the single factors, it's really the cumulative effect of these. So when we look at combined factors, there's about 60% of women who did not report any of those 8 risk factors. Just under 30% that reported 1 to 2. And then there's just over 12% that are in that 3+ risk factor. And certainly that 5+ risk factors, when we've looked at them in detail, they're a very complex group of women. So our key messages would be that psychosocial risks are identified early in pregnancy. 40% of all pregnant women report at least one vulnerability, and around 12% are reporting 3 or more risk factors, which put them in that higher group for child at risk of child maltreatment. And if you extrapolate that out to SA data, that's around, to the SA population, that's around 2,500 women a year, which is quite significant. And also what we've found is there's a really complex pattern of mental health, domestic violence, drug and alcohol, and a history of child maltreatment, particularly in that 5+ group of women. So how are we going as a service in relation to linking these women to intervention services? So some of you will have seen this slide before. So this is the work on the more detailed work on a small group where I think there was 630 odd births, and out of there was 68 women who were identified as being in this at-risk group. So when we look at their uptake of services that they were referred to, you can clearly see in that 1 to 2 risk factors, the light green is no uptake, and it goes up to the dark green in full uptake. So you can see in the 1 to 2 risk factors that we're having around 76% of women picking up a referral. Once that goes to the 3+ risk factors, we have a really significant drop-off on the uptake of services, which is very concerning because this is the group that need it. Now, when those women who did take up a service, when we look at actually how much service they received, on average, and this is across their whole pregnancy, on average they would have received 2.2 occasions of service, which would equate to 2.3 hours. So, which would suggest to us that that is not sufficient for the level of issues that they're presenting with. So key messages: screening is acceptable to clients and staff. We screen probably 98% of women. Women with the greatest need are less likely to access hospital-based intervention services, and when they do access a psychosocial service, they receive a low-dose intervention which is insufficient for their complex needs. And as we noted before, fathers are not included and certainly aren't included in the intervention. So what do the birth outcomes look like based on the antenatal psychosocial risk screening? So in this slide we have percentage of babies on the left, and the bars, the light blue is no risk through to the dark blue high risk. And so if we look at across all of those indicators such as preterm birth, low birth weight, small gestation for age, etc., we have higher levels in the medium to high risk. But importantly, and I think this speaks a lot to the cost of care for these children, is that at birth there is a significantly more of these children that are admitted to a special care nursery or to NICU on the day of birth. And for those that are still in those higher care settings after 7 days, we still have high levels of both the medium and the high risk babies, which the relative risk for that was 70%, over and above that of the other two groups combined. So next steps, and again this is where Naomi's PhD work is going. The Flinders Infant Risk Study is all of the linked data from Flinders Medical Centre, and Naomi's been able to link that to the Better Evidence, Better Outcome linked data platform, which is run by John Lynch's group. And this is where, this is a great resource. At the moment, Naomi has linked specifically and has analysed the data from child protection. However, that is a whole presentation in itself. And but as a resource, there is a lot of other areas that we could use this data to investigate. We also have a Channel 7 grant to trial a small RCT for an intervention trying to address some of the underlying issues with particularly the high risk group, and trying to see whether we can embed that into our routine hospital care. So as a conclusion, we think there's a lot of missed opportunities, and that pregnancy is a real key time for us to intervene. So I'll leave it there. Because there's a couple of questions. Okay, you stand there.
Thank you, Jackie. We actually do have a couple of questions from the app. So the first one, which I think you've started to allude to with your next steps, but what are the interventions offered to these at-risk mothers, and is there any measure of efficacy? That's the first question.
Currently, what is offered is a referral to social work, a referral to perinatal mental health, plus or minus referrals to DASA, and also to the Aboriginal Family Clinic, or at least the liaison unit. What we do find, and I think with this really complex group, the idea that they could attend multiple services, I think is a difficulty. The idea that we think we can give them a referral and then they will have the ability to then go and follow through with that, I think is also a problem, which is why, I think there is better ways of us being to do that, which we're trying to address with our intervention program.
Thank you. And the final question is, why are fathers not involved in interventions?
Mm-hmm. That's primarily because we started looking at this through administrative data sets, which we don't collect the information. So it is an area that needs to be addressed. In the Child Protection Service, what we do find is often when there is, say, a physical injury of a child, we may have data on the mother, but we don't have data on the father. And sometimes the problems aren't with the mother, they have been with the father, and we're missing them completely. So it's a matter of how we actually do the screening, and how we could actually include fathers in that screening.
Thank you, Jackie. Thank you very much. Our next presentation is Dr. Damien Kearney. I can see him. Fabulous. So thank you, Damien. He's one of our emergency physicians in our SALHN ED, and his topic is text message online survey for tracking of opioid consumption post-discharge after surgery, a cost and time efficient method. Thank you. We'll just get your presentation. There we go. Thank you.
Hi everyone, thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I'm here to present on one outcome of a project that myself and others within the Department of Anaesthesia actually has been working on over the last 18 months or so. And in essence, this is an analysis of the methodology that we use and its significance for future research or quality assurance programs. I'd like to ask you all to reflect for a moment on whether yourself or someone in your family has undergone surgery, and when they come home from surgery, did they receive some analgesia? What happened to that analgesia? Did they need it? Did they take it? Was there any left over? And what happened to it then? While that sounds like an innocent kind of situation, in fact, it's inherently fraught and comes with a bunch of associated risks. The background of this work shouldn't be unfamiliar to many of you. The opioid epidemic that's occurred in Australia in the last 20 years has been heavily covered in academic and popular media sources. Opioid prescription per capita has near quadrupled in the last 20 odd years, and it's now estimated, prescription opioid abuse is now estimated to cost the economy $16 billion per year. Prescription opioids are now a leading cause of drug-related death in Australia, and while it's nice to think that that's not our opioids that are doing that, in fact the evidence is that they certainly do contribute significantly. In general, on discharge after surgery, we prescribe too much to too many, and it results in harm to both the individual and the community more broadly. This has led to the development over the last few years, initially within individual institutions around Australia with interest in this area, but certainly earlier this year towards opioid stewardship programs at a national level, with the federal government calling for submissions to paper on the matter. And this is akin to the more commonly known antimicrobial stewardship programs. One of the challenges for these programs, particularly when it comes to opioids on discharge, lies in how do you collect data on prescribing and usage. While collecting data on discharge, i.e. the volumes prescribed, is relatively easy to do and can be facilitated through pharmacy services or various other ways within the facility, collecting information post-discharge is difficult and incredibly resource heavy, and as yet has not particularly been done on any scale beyond isolated research projects. Electronic-based systems have the potential to require less resources and provide a convenient means for follow-up of this and collecting that data. So this is a study that myself and others began 18 or so months ago, investigating discharge opioid within SALHN. We had a number of objectives, including understanding what was being prescribed and what was being consumed, and what were the outcomes of that for patients. We wanted to assess if it was possible to develop a model to predict outcomes were volumes of opioid reduced. We wanted to assess if prescribers were following the SA Health clinical guideline on discharge opioid prescribing. We wanted to investigate the type of education patients were receiving prior to discharge, as well as their care providers. And lastly, we wanted to assess if our methodology in this study was suitable for larger scale data collection. So we undertook a prospective observational cohort study, which to do it, we did it by identifying patients through pre-admission lists and approached them with a phone call and invited them to participate. Participants received a text message at 2 weeks and 6 months post-discharge with a link to a survey, online survey that they could complete on their smartphone. They got 2 further messages if no response was received from them, and they were given an option to request assistance where required. At 2 weeks, we surveyed on opioid consumed, simple analgesia usage, analgesia outcome and patient education. And at 6 months, we surveyed on ongoing opioid use, misuse and diversion of medications. Following response, patients' hospital records were reviewed to collect pre-discharge data. We use Skype as the carrier service. Not fantastic, but it's what we used. We use Qualtrics survey software for the online survey tool. And this methodology was chosen largely because we had no money and no time. There was no funding for this study, it was self-funded, and the study was done by clinicians with full clinical workloads who had to work around their busy lives. Over a 7-week study period, from a pool of 669 potential participants that met screening inclusion or exclusion criteria, we were able to approach 504 of them, with 396 agreeing to participate. 22 didn't proceed to surgery for whatever reason, and 20 of the participants during the follow-up requested assistance with either email or phone follow-up. At 2 weeks, we had a response rate of, after the 2-week follow-up was completed, we had a response rate of 68%. However, this fell to 42% at the 6-month follow-up mark. And you can see this flow charts from our 2-week follow-up. In terms of gender, there was a trend towards reduced or higher participation among female participants rather than male. And in part this has been replicated in other studies, but certainly in our facility with a large obstetric service, there's a larger proportion of females in that younger age of childbearing years, and then less so. That difference sort of dissipates by the time you get to older age. So I think part of it is accounted for by that. Part of it may be for other reasons. In terms of age and who was happy to participate, really the cost of using this methodology only come into play once you got into patient groups above 75 years of age, represented by the 2 bars, paired bars on the graph on the right-hand side, with the largest difference between the expected and observed frequencies of participants. In terms of cost, follow-up of the 376 participants cost $160 in loose change. As the response rate fell at the 6-month follow-up mark, the number of reminder text messages increased, and that increased costs and it increased the burden of time commitment. Isolating it to just the 2-week follow-up response, it cost about 30 cents to follow up a patient. It cost per response about 30 cents and 7.5 minutes of labour. What's the significance of this? Well, it's a cost and time efficient method, particularly ideal for short-term follow-up, I think we've shown. It gets a high response rate, it's cheap, it's time efficient. There are limitations in terms of longer-term follow-up, appears to fall away, and in those aged over 75, whether it's for technological literacy or other reasons, doesn't seem to be uptaken in as good a rate. I think these limitations could be overcome with use of a hybrid methodology and offering phone follow-up to those that require it while still reducing the overall burden to the researcher. And I think the tools that we used were what we had, but there is certainly a greater degree of automisation offered, particularly now we undertook this pre-sunrise. I think with the advent of sunrise in our facility, I think it's going to make it speedier and quicker. But there's other tools which could certainly reduce the cost and the burden of time included in this. So I think this methodology really lends itself to future research or quality assurance programs, and whether that's as intermittent or ongoing data collection. What about other outcomes? I thought I'd report on these. These are get an asterisk because they are interim results, but certainly there are other aspects that we've identified of interest to our service and give us room for improvement. Of our respondents, 55% were prescribed an opioid on discharge, the vast majority of it being oxycodone, with smaller numbers of tramadol and Panadine Forte. 1 in 10, roughly, didn't use any simple analgesia despite consuming an opioid. About a quarter only took irregular simple analgesia, with the remainder at least using simple analgesia alongside their opioid. That doesn't bond well with the World Health Organisation ladder of pain management. Now, clinicians, the guideline around prescribing opioid on discharge recommends you look at the 24 hours of use prior to discharge, prescribe up to 3 times that volume, up to, taking into account patient factors, And you can then choose what is an appropriate number between 0 and 20 tablets. Yet only 6% of scripts had a number other than 10 or 20. So that suggests that clinicians are favouring round numbers over appropriate prescribing. 40% consumed the full quantity of opioid prescribed, seems appropriate. However, 40% consumed 50% or less of the opioid prescribed, and 10% took none, which questions to the appropriateness of some of those prescriptions. Around a third received education in writing. However, it's worth noting that the SA Health patient information leaflet on oxycodone, whilst it includes a range of warnings, includes no information about pain management at all. 20% went on and saw a GP for pain, of which 3/4 of those were prescribed an opioid by the GP, and half of them were still taking an opioid at 2 weeks post-discharge. Approximately only half of the discharge summaries indicate that an opioid was prescribed on discharge, and I'm yet to identify a single one which indicates that it is a short-term medication only, any kind of weaning plan, or any other advice on pain management as far as that goes. Only about half of the scripts are dated the day of discharge. Now, bear in mind the clinician on the day of discharge needs to consider the last 24 hours of use. How is that occurring if only half of these scripts are actually done on the day of discharge? And there's at least one unit who is regularly writing scripts that are predated the date of admission. I'm not sure how they're identifying who requires what analgesia. In all, we identified in our 7-week period of follow-up 783 unused tablets of oxycodone that are now out in the community. Extrapolating the street value of that and across what would be a per annum volume of prescription in our facility, we're putting out about $1 million worth of street value of opioids into the community. If we weren't indemnified by our prescriber numbers, we'd be facing a $100,000 fine and 25 years in prison for that. So I look forward to hopefully reporting further outcomes of this and out of this study, and hopefully utilising it to improve our practice in SALHN. Thank you very much.
Thank you. There is a question on the app, and I've got a couple of questions as well. So the question is, what could a potential opioid stewardship program learn from antimicrobial stewardship programs?
I think that's a good question, and I think now that antimicrobial stewardship is well ingrained into clinical governance in our, across the country, I think that's facilitated continual data collection that can then inform practice and quality assurance. We don't yet have that in terms of opioid. There's limited availability of that type of data, and few facilities around Australia are doing it at the moment in terms of an ongoing data collection that can continue to guide practice. At most, some facilities that are keen on the area have done a bunch of data collection, ran an intervention and reassessed, and then there's no ongoing element to it at all.
There's a question from the audience.
I'm just wondering, the data indicated that opioid prescriptions are 10s or 20s.
Yes.
Can a general practitioner, ED, prescribe 2, 4, 6 or 8?
Absolutely, yeah, absolutely you can. Now that does come with an associated cost. It costs the patient the same price to fill their script, whether it's 20 or 15 tablets or 12 or half a tablet. The pharmacist will charge them the same price, but this is about patient safety, and if we're sending out needless opioid into the community that then gets abused, misused, diverted, in not all cases it does, but it's a certain source for it, then you've got to weigh up, well, why give them extra for free when it's not needed and it's dangerous? Yeah.
Damien, thanks for an excellent presentation. I'm curious to know whether you have communicated the results of this research into administration at Southern so that there can be some policy change or some support for improvement.
Not as yet, but we will. And some of these results, particularly the stuff at the end, which I think is probably more interesting than the fact that our methodology works. That is still interim, and there's still some finalisation of data collection in that regard that we need to do before we feed back to particular, through appropriate channels to change some practice in SALHN, yeah.
Yeah, I would encourage you to do so. I mean, there are obviously patient outcome benefits as well as the financial benefit as well.
Absolutely, yeah.
Thank you.
If I could ask one last question. I mean, you mentioned the SA Health Guideline. There are many, many of those. Do you have a sense of whether the clinicians actually even know that it exists?
I can't speak for in SALHN, but when I completed my internship at Carlin, we, as part of our orientation, were duly informed of this by Pam McIntyre, that was the head of the Carlin Pain Service at the time, and advised to use it. Did all interns then go out into the wards and use it? Probably not. And I would say that if you did a pop quiz around the hospital, some would know of it, but most wouldn't use it.
Thank you. I think our time's up. Thank you, Damien. All right. Our next speaker is from the Department of Gastroenterology and Hepatology at Flinders Medical Centre, Dr. Samudu Narayana. I note that she also had a poster, so welcome back. And she's going to talk to us about hepatocellular carcinoma among the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples in Australia. Thank you.
Hi, so thank you for that introduction. So I'm just going to talk to you about a study we did over the last 18 months within our unit, looking at HCC incidence in Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples. And I'll just note that the data I present today has recently been published in Lancet's eClinical Medicine Journal, so it's online now. And before I start, I'd like to acknowledge the Kaurna people as the traditional custodians of the land on which we meet today, and pay my respects to their elders past, present and emerging. So just to give you a quick background, liver disease and hepatocellular carcinoma, which is like the most common liver cancer, are important contributors to the mortality gap between Indigenous and non-Indigenous Australians, with HCC being the second most common cause of cancer death in Indigenous Australians today. As you can see from this image from the Australian Institute of Health and Welfare, it is a very well-known problem, reported in many government reports, which shows that liver cancer has a high incidence and mortality, up to 2.4 times more in Indigenous Australians compared to non-Indigenous Australians. However, little is known beyond these broad numbers, and there is really a lack of population-based high-quality data assessing the differences in HCC epidemiology and outcomes based on Indigenous status. So that was our aim, to try and address this gap in our knowledge, and so the aim of our study was to perform a large epidemiological study examining the differences in HCC between Indigenous and non-Indigenous Australians. So we did this by looking at every single HCC case diagnosed between 2000 and 2017 between three jurisdictions, South Australia, Northern Territory and Queensland. We did this by accessing the state data registries, so the Cancer Registry, Deaths Registry and the Public Hospital Separations Registry, and obtained approval from the relevant data custodians. HCC was the primary diagnosis examined, but we also looked at all of the other diagnoses in each of these cases, and this was obtained from the public hospital separations data and was coded using the ICD-10 coding that is used by all three states. Data linkage was done using unique project-specific linkage keys so that we could link the data sets between the three registries. And for the South Australian and Northern Territory data, this was done by SANT Data Link, and this allowed us to make sure that we captured any of that cross-border flow that happens between our states. And the Queensland data was linked for us by the Queensland Statistical Analysis and Linkage Unit. I will note that this study had ethics approval from all of the relevant Aboriginal ethics committees around in each of the states. And we did discuss the sort of methodology and the study with AXA and the Aboriginal Medical Services Alliance in Northern Territory before we started, and had their full in-principle support before we went ahead. So when we the data was quite a lot when it finally came through. We had 248 Indigenous HCC cases in this time frame and 4,003 non-Indigenous cases identified, but we had to exclude a few because there was no sort of hospital admissions data linked to their cancer registry data. So in the end, Queensland had the highest number of cases with 2,395 non-Indigenous HCC cases and 108 Indigenous cases. Northern Territory, as you can imagine, the split was pretty even with 97 non-Indigenous HCC cases and 96 Indigenous cases. And South Australia finished up with 1,095 non-Indigenous HCC cases and 25 Indigenous cases. So our final sort of tally for data analysis was 3,587 non-Indigenous HCC cases to 229 Indigenous cases. So looking at the clinical characteristics, we did find quite significant differences between the two groups. Starting with the age of incidence, we found that in Indigenous HCC cases, this was significantly lower than that of the non-Indigenous cases. But more importantly, we found that Indigenous HCC cases were occurring at a significantly lower age, so like below the age of 50 compared to the non-Indigenous population. There was also a high prevalence of HCC in Indigenous females, while cases were also highly prevalent in Indigenous people who lived in rural, so remote or very remote areas, and also people that were the most socially disadvantaged. Another interesting finding was the comorbidity burden. So the Indigenous cases, had a higher comorbidity burden, significantly more so than non-Indigenous cases. We didn't find any significant differences in the rates of liver cirrhosis, and this is because pretty much all of the HCC cases identified occurred in those people with liver cirrhosis. So based on that finding about the higher comorbidity burden, we went on to look at the cofactors for HCC. So the known risk factors that could lead to HCC and compared it between Indigenous and non-Indigenous patients. Again, we found significant differences between the two groups, with alcohol being the most common cofactor in Indigenous cases with 54% and significantly higher than non-Indigenous cases. This was also true for chronic hepatitis B, which was at 25% in Indigenous cases and again significantly higher than the non-Indigenous cohort. This was the reverse, interestingly, for hepatitis C, which was significantly higher in the non-Indigenous cohort. We didn't note any significant differences between the two groups for NAFLD and NASH, which is liver disease driven by fatty liver and obesity, and this is more likely to reflect the poor coding for these conditions in the hospital separations data. Diabetes, which is a good surrogate marker for NAFLD, which is liver disease driven by metabolic syndrome. We again found a significant difference, and it was a major cofactor in Indigenous cases at 48%. More interestingly was looking at the nature of multiple cofactors. So we found that in Indigenous HCC cases it was significantly higher, especially if you looked at the combination of alcohol and viral hepatitis at 25%. But then if you added in the metabolic factors as well, there was a marginally more significant increase in Indigenous cases at 51% of patients having 2 or more of these HCC risk factors compared to the non-Indigenous population. We next looked at HCC treatment provided, and again general analysis showed that far less treatment was provided to Indigenous Australians with HCC, with I guess the main sort of data to look at being the ones in the 2 bottom rows where significantly less Indigenous cases had any HCC treatment, and also significantly less any option of curative HCC therapy provided. So that includes liver transplantation, resection and ablation therapies. Looking at survival, the 5-year survival probability was at 10% for Indigenous Australians, which was significantly lower than the 17.3% for non-Indigenous cases. This was also reflected in the median time from diagnosis to death, with Indigenous cases having a median of 150 days compared to non-Indigenous, which was 290 days. Apologies, this is a very busy slide, so I'll sort of just highlight the main points. So that disparity in survival that I mentioned before was reflected in our unadjusted hazard rate, which was 42% higher in Indigenous cases compared to non-Indigenous cases. When we did multivariable analysis, this disparity in survival between the two cohorts was explained by differences in socio-demographic factors, age, period of diagnosis, rurality, comorbidities, having those multiple cofactors, and receipt of curative treatment. We did adjust our hazard ratio by adding in socio-demographic and clinical factors with the final hazard ratio of 1.2. Interestingly, in our final analysis, we found that the difference in survival between these cohorts was independent of Indigenous status, but was rather predicted by high comorbidity burden, the remote and very remote place of residence, and the ability to receive curative therapy. So in conclusion, this was the first multi-jurisdictional study done in Australia, looking at having a detailed epidemiological look at the factors concerning HCC in a large cohort of Indigenous Australians. And as I presented, there are many significant differences between Indigenous and non-Indigenous population in regards to HCC, with significantly younger ages of onset, a high prevalence in females, more common in those that live rurally and have a lower socioeconomic status. The most important thing is that higher comorbidity burden and risk profile is a different risk profile, and the presence of multiple cofactors appears to be a driving factor, as well as poor survival, which is again explained by some of these other factors. So what are the next steps with these results? This is such a big problem. It is hard to have one clear answer to it. But the next steps would be to work with Aboriginal health organisations, local health workers and local communities, and focus on providing the essential, improving health literacy and providing the screening and surveillance needed especially to those remotely living Indigenous Australians, but also creating culturally appropriate interventions so that we can improve screening and treatment, especially to the at-risk individuals, so those that have higher rates of alcohol misuse, chronic hepatitis B and metabolic syndrome, and also having an ultrasound surveillance service to these remote communities so that we can diagnose and get people treated earlier and try to close that mortality gap. Just want to acknowledge Giza, who is provided us funding for this study, as well as our colleagues both within SALHN in Queensland and Northern Territory, as well as our Indigenous researchers from the different states who provided guidance and input into this research. Thanks.
Thank you. We actually have a two-part question on the Hoover app. Okay. So the first part is, can you please explain a little bit more how your study was developed in collaboration with the Aboriginal community?
Yeah, so we started by talking to the Aboriginal Health Service, the Council of South Australia. So we have, so the poster presentation we did before as well was another Indigenous research into hepatitis B incidents. So we have collaborators there, and our unit works a lot with remote communities in South Australia, so the clinicians in our unit. So it's something that we're very well aware of, and we have those connections with AXA. And our group in Queensland who we collaborated with, they also have similar connections with and collaborate often with the Queensland Aboriginal researchers. So it was a discussion that we had over a very long couple of months. It took us a while to get the sort of protocol ready and figure out what the best way to move ahead with this study was.
The second part is how the study findings have been shared with the community.
So this wasn't sort of in particular with one specific remote community, but we have obviously passed on the results with AXA and Aboriginal group in Northern Territory. And yeah, all of the people that are listed as our collaborators are also part of those bigger health organisation communities. So yes, we have passed on all of that information, and we're hoping to work towards a bigger, larger scale project, but we need a bit more funding to get onto that.
We've got a question from our audience.
Yeah, thanks for a good presentation. If I'm not mistaken, I
any hypotheses or know of any differences in terms of the service design or delivery between SA and Queensland in terms of the treatment of HCC that would explain that, or if you have another explanation for it?
Unfortunately, I don't. I think that was one of the things that we were sort of surprised by. We weren't actually thinking that state would be a sort of different factor. I guess it might also be in the amount that there's larger amounts of remote communities in Queensland as well, compared to, say, South Australia. And also, as far as I know, and I can't talk for Queensland, but I know our health service does go to the APY lines and stuff, and our clinicians provide a mobile ultrasound service every 3 to 6 months to each of these communities. So that might be one of the reasons. But yeah, we haven't looked into it further to give you a definitive answer.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you. I think in the interest of time, we'll move to the next presentation, but there is still a question remaining on the app there as well. So I'd like to introduce Jill Garner. She's one of our senior physiotherapists here at SALHN, and she's going to talk about current practice in the assessment of people with neurological disorders, findings from a national survey of Australian physiotherapists. Welcome, Jill.
Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to talk about my study today. So we're going to talk about current practice in assessment, as you've just said. So why do we do this study? Well, I work as a clinician in FMC in RAP for neurorehab. I also teach neurology to physio students at Flinders University, try and teach them a really comprehensive, all-including assessment. Then they go out onto placement, and we're finding that different bits of assessment are being missed. So we wondered why that was, and it sort of sparked our interest, I guess. Also to say that assessment in neurological physiotherapy is a little bit different from other areas of physio. Often our patients have already got a diagnosis that have been given to them by the medical team. So really our focus is on addressing some of those impairments, looking at factors that might assist with their progress and discharge from our service. So I guess our focus is perhaps a little bit different. So this is just a diagram of really physio assessment and clinical reasoning processes. There are many people around the world with a neurological disorder who do have impairments that affect their quality of life and function that do require assessment and treatment by a physio. So this really represents the assessment process and that management plan. So we thought we'd start with the systematic review of the literature. So we sort of found 21 studies. It was a mixed method systematic review, and we found that clinical reasoning was a key theme for neurological assessment. Only 4 studies, however, out of those 21 did include all those 4 steps that we've identified here. So we felt that further research was needed to look at actually what's happening in clinical practice. So, sorry, you can't read that very well. Our project aims were to look at assessment, people's perceptions of assessment, physiotherapists' perception of assessment, what domains were included, did geographical location affect assessment, did healthcare setting affect assessment, experience or therapeutic approach, were measures included as part of assessment, and how was timing of assessment affected, and what were the barriers and enablers to assessment. Okay, so our survey design was a national survey approved through ethics. This was an online survey developed through Qualtrics software, and we based our survey on a similar survey by Noblet and colleagues. The eligibility criteria, I knew I would have difficulty saying that, was really any registered physio who assessed someone with a neurological disorder. So we had a bit of a wide sweep of registered physios. So it was a 2-phase design. We initially piloted our survey with 10 physios before we fully distributed the survey to physios in Australia. So we recruited through APA, which is the Australian Physiotherapy Association, online, also through the Neurological Physiotherapy Facebook page. And then we sent emails to the state allied health chief scientific officers throughout Australia with a link to our survey. So I guess we weren't really sure how many people received our survey, really. We know that there's approximately just about 30,000 registered physios in Australia, but we really don't know if all of them are assessing someone with a neurological disorder. So that probably affected our response rate. So the survey itself, 4 areas. So we wanted to know the background information and demographics of our physio respondents. We of course want to know about assessment, so we want to know content and processes related to assessment. We asked questions about clinical reasoning and also use of standardised measures. So in total we had 39 questions, which is actually quite a lot. And we sort of assumed that it would take around 20 minutes to complete the survey. Actually, Qualtrics told us that, that's why we sort of thought that. Okay, so some results. So 395 physiotherapists from around Australia consented to participate in this survey, but actually only 212 responded to all those questions. So I should have said this before, we sent the survey out from July to December 2020. So we found that most respondents were female, most, just over half worked in rehabilitation, but we did have physiotherapy respondents who worked in all different settings, from acute to community to disability, and they were from all states within Australia. So most also achieved their qualification in Australia, most worked in the metropolitan area from sort of part to full time, but again we did have respondents from all areas clinically. Frequently assessed disorder was stroke, and we asked them, do you use the same approach when assessing all patients? And 81.6% said they didn't, which I found surprising. Okay, so then we said, as part of this survey, before we asked our respondents to identify all the domains they include, we actually said to them, are there certain domains that you assess in every patient? So sort of a free text question. And we found that nearly 100%, quite a high percentage of respondents confirmed they did assess the same core domains in every patient. Then we asked them to specify what those domains were, and really there was a lot of variability. Some people said there was one domain that they assessed in everyone. There were other people who said there are 19 different domains, so lots of variability. Most of our respondents, 76.2%, said that they would assess strength, so that was the most frequently assessed domain, and the next most frequently assessed domain were goals, so patient goals, which is good news, I think. So we asked respondents to select from a list of 27 domains developed from the recent systematic review and also from opinions of expert clinicians, how frequently they included each of these domains, ranging from daily, weekly to sometimes, rarely and never. So this table shows consensus of greater than 75% of respondents that included those domains daily and weekly, and then right at the bottom, respondents who rarely or never, 25% or more of the time, included the domains of cognition and deep tendon reflexes. So I know it says slight trend, but we're changing that to tendency because I think I've used the wrong wording. So we took the 27 domains and we grouped them together with like domains, as suggested by the statistician, because he felt that there were too many domains to analyse. So we grouped like domains together, falls and balance, we joined tone and spasticity together, sensation and perception, limbs and strength, function ADLs, and there were certain domains that we felt we couldn't group with others, so we left goal setting, vision, mood, and cognition by themselves. We analysed the data using descriptive statistics and performed subgroup analysis to explore any impact of the location of where a physiotherapist obtained their qualifications, where they worked geographically, or their clinical setting and experience, and see if there was a link. So if we look at qualifications, there was a sort of tendency for overseas qualified physiotherapists to include more of those group domains that I mentioned before. Geographical location, again a tendency for rural and remote physios to include less of the group domains. For clinical setting, physiotherapists working in the community tended to include goal setting, mood, cognition, falls and balance, function activities of daily living compared to respondents working in different clinical settings. And then for clinical experience and clinical experience in neurology, there was a sort of tendency again for more experienced respondents to include less group domains. So we asked a question about clinical reasoning. So we asked respondents what components of assessment were used to inform clinical reasoning, and more than 70% said they would use all components. We asked questions about use of measures in assessment. So we asked, do they use measures at all? And nearly 90% said they did use measures, and you can see from the graph that standardised outcome measures were the most commonly used measures. We also asked other questions about what might influence their use of measures, and 50% or more of participants said that it was influenced by evidence-based practice, familiarity of the measure, and their own experience. There were 30% of respondents who said they only use measures as directed by their organisation, and those that might reflect change in their client. We asked them when they use their measures, and they said that they use them mostly on admission, but they also said that they might use them throughout therapy, as was indicated. This is looking at factors influencing assessment, so you can see to the right, those bars are looking at enablers to assessment, and to the left of the middle, it's not really in the middle, but anyway, there are barriers that might affect assessment. So you can see on the right that clinical reasoning, these might be slightly different colours than I've got, I think. Clinical reasoning is the brown bar, and that is identified as an enabler. Use of measures is the grey bar, and that's also identified as an enabler. Therapist knowledge, I'm just working out what colour I am, in green, and therapist experience is also identified as an enabler. So barriers were really, two main barriers were intrinsic patient-centred factors such as attitudes and health beliefs, and also time taken to complete assessment. So there does appear to be a gap between theory of assessment highlighted in physiotherapy textbooks compared to what's happening in clinical practice. There is an emerging consensus from the survey respondents of 12 domains that could be included as part of assessment. There doesn't appear to be any relationship between assessment inclusions and states or clinical settings within Australia. A variety of approaches are used for assessment, and a variety of standardised measures are used, but mostly standardised outcome measures. If we think about timing of assessment, we know that assessment happens at the initial assessment, but also assessment might happen throughout therapy, so hence suggesting a blending of assessment and therapy, which really is supported by theories of critical reflection in practice. So I just might go on to strengths and limitations. So I feel that the strengths were that we explored results from physiotherapists across Australia in all different settings and locations. Limitations were it was difficult to look at relationships between so many domains. We had 27 domains, there were so many. We did have very many free text questions and comment boxes, and I think the people that did reply to the survey were very passionate about assessment, so they did actually write a lot of information in that which we have yet to analyse. When we actually looked at time taken to complete the survey, it was around 45 minutes, which is actually a long time, which might be some of the reasons why not that many people actually replied to or took the survey. So implications for practice. A lot of those domains are assessed by movement analysis and observation. So assessment of the movement system we know is a key component of neurological physio. As part of neurological rehabilitation, there are some shared domains that might be assessed by physios, but also might be assessed by other healthcare professionals, and maybe that's why they weren't included in our survey, such as cognition. Physiotherapy clinicians use all aspects of assessment to inform and plan treatment, which of course is part of clinical reasoning. And we know they're using measures, and there are barriers and enablers to assessment that might include experience, knowledge, clinical reasoning, and standardised measures. Thank you.
Can I ask you a question, Jill? everything you've presented to us as an educator of future physiotherapists, are you worried about anything that you found? Concerned?
I'm not really sure why there's such a mismatch, I guess, between what's taught at university and what's happening in clinical practice. And I feel we still don't really know the answer. So the next sort of study we're doing is doing a sort of curriculum survey of assessment with academics from around Australia. So I've interviewed 12 academics and we're just looking at what we're teaching and how we're relating it to clinical practice. So do we need to change our practice in order to meet more what's happening clinically?
We have one question from the audience.
That's question one. The other question was around the influence potentially of patient goal-centred care, if I put it that way, changing perhaps what assessment practices occur relating more to a client goal focus.
Okay. Okay, I think, are you saying that there are less included domains with more experienced physios, maybe because they are recognising patterns and are better at knowledge organisation related to clinical reasoning? Yeah, so it might not take them as long and they might not need to actually include all the domains because they're already observing and doing their expert clinical reasoning. Yeah, maybe.
All right.
What was the second question? I think we're still analysing a lot of the free text boxes and comments, and a lot of people are talking about patient-centred care and the importance of goals and what's important to the patient. So yes, I agree with you.
Thank you. I'm running 3 minutes behind, apologies, so we'll keep moving. Thank you very much, Jill. Our next speaker, if you can come down, is Cherie Boylan. She's one of our senior nurse consultants at SALHN and works with our older population. And she's also works with our EDON, Justin Prendergast, and she's talking about celebrating care, using caring success stories as a blueprint for practice improvement.
Thank you. Okay. So yes, I'm Cherie, and I am currently working with Justin and Tiffany on this project. It's not finished. We are still analysing. It's gone off to Flinders University for a master's student to analyse. So I was seconded to the position in January and we started the project then. The title of the project was Using Caring Success Stories as a Blueprint for Practice Improvement. That one? Nope. Oh, sorry. Just that one. Okay. Here's the mouse.
Yeah, sorry. Here we go. Might need Lauren's help. Thank you, Lauren. That's right. Just stick with that one.
So the SALHN Nursing and Midwifery Leadership Council is committed to the development of nursing and midwifery practice, improving clinical outcomes, increasing patient satisfaction, and we're also committed to building a professional practice model that better enables improved experiences of patients and family and carers and staff involved in the delivery of care through ongoing evaluation and development of safe, effective, compassionate clinical workplace cultures. Our objectives of the study was to provide SALHN with examples of exceptional and successful nursing and midwifery care and to use these examples to create an effective and net-wide approach to the way care is delivered. 2020 was the International Year of the Nurse and the Midwife, and we were intending on doing this project as part of that celebration. It was also the 200th year birthday of our nursing founder, Florence Nightingale. So, and we really wanted to focus on this being a celebrating success. We wanted to hear what our nurses out there and midwives were doing to boost morale and also to improve, listen to what everyone is doing out in the wards area. This project is a qualitative study. The principal aim was the identification of nursing and midwifery success stories, why they were deemed a success to the staff member and the team, and also looking for some priority areas for improving fundamental care. We wanted to recognise and celebrate the contribution stories, processes currently embedded in the SALHN surrounding patient-centred fundamental care within the work area. We also want to ensure our nurses and midwives are invited to contribute to SALHN Fundamentals of Care framework and develop some non-negotiables that every vulnerable consumer navigating through our service will always receive. So the method that we used was we had ethics approval. It was granted before I came onto the project. Recruitment was voluntary. A series of promotional posters and email invitations were disseminated throughout every division across SALHN. The planned groups were we wanted nurses and midwives. We of about 32 to 40. We wanted only 8 in each group, so we gave everybody an opportunity to tell their story. We were halfway through the project early on and decided that we needed to amend our ethics amendment through, because we realised that family and consumers representatives were also a valuable resource, and we wanted to involve them in how they perceive the fundamentals of care success stories and areas of improvement moving forward. So we had the interviews were all recorded and transcribed, and that data is obviously I've looked at it with the Flinders University, Tiffany Connery, who's a research fellow, and we've done some analysis, but the actual data has gone off to Flinders for further analysis. So the 3 main questions that were asked to each group, which and again modified for family and consumer insights, were first question, please describe an example of a caring success story. Why did you think this story was successful? What were the things that helped it happen? And then the last question was really around 3 areas of patient care delivery or outcomes that SALHN could improve on. Our results were 51 amazing stories. It filled my bucket, and I think it filled everybody's bucket sitting around the table when we were telling listening to 8 stories. So the recipients, the group is small. We did do 14 group interviews. 56% of these nurses were nurses of 7-year great experience. 27% were less experienced registered nurses, had some student nurses. 8% were enrolled and 8% consumer reps. Each story was then interpreted and mapped to the Fundamentals of Care framework. This framework is the Professor Alison Kitson's model. It has, as you can see, 3 rings: a relationship ring, the integration of care, and the context of care. And I'll describe a story in a minute, which I hope will demonstrate how this is a good blueprint for nursing and midwifery professional practice. So, what is meant by fundamentals of care? It's a point of care framework. It involves the actions on the part of the nurse that respects and focuses on a person's essential needs to ensure their physical, relation and psychosocial well-being. This framework was chosen as it explains, guides and potentially predicts the quality of care nurses provide to patients, their carers and family members. As we know from the mid-Staffordshire NHS public inquiry in 2013, stated failures to provide inadequate assistance with feeding and toileting along with denial of dignity and privacy, was found to lead to malnutrition, dehydration and the family perceptions of a callous indifference to patient suffering. So I'm hoping I can explain to you or show you through this story about Laura. This isn't her name. Pseudonyms were implemented in order to respect patient confidentiality and remain personalised. So Laura was admitted to Laurel Hospice. This story was told to us by a student nurse on her final placement there. Laura's story was that she was in Laurel Hospice where the COVID restrictions were in place. She had days to live. She wanted to marry her fiancé. The square meterage of the problem identified by the nurses and the team was that the square meterage of her current room and social distancing rules meant that the celebrant, the family members, they couldn't share this experience with her. The nurses all worked together
And if we can think about the three circles of the previous slide, the aha moment for me was listening to the nurses talking about working together in a holistic manner. The outcome was that they moved Laura to a larger room. They wanted to organise a speed wedding within the 24 hours because time, they knew, was of the essence. The nurses organised someone to photograph the whole experience. They included little touches such as bringing in her dress and hanging it from the window. One of the PSAs is a hairdresser, did her hair on the day, her makeup, and organised flowers to decorate her room. Laura was married and surrounded by her parents and the celebrant. Laura passed away that evening. So feedback from the family, and this is the nurse told me, that this meant the world to them. The whole team was amazed that the family could find a positive out of something so sad. So what made this successful was the second question, and it's this student's interpretation as to why it was a success. Success is attributed to the whole team. We had the same goal, knowing that there was no reason why we couldn't be achieved. That good palliative care is about being present, making connections, and understanding and acting upon what is important to the patient and family. So this is just one of many caring success stories that I heard. They're just amazing what our team is doing out in SALHN. So I'd like to demonstrate to you how this framework should be our blueprint to core nursing values and nursing work. The central circle of the previous slide was talking about the relationship. Now, this relationship was built on time, trust, anticipation, and focus. This was evident in the story by the fact the whole team knew the time constraints, had developed a level of trust over the preceding days, and were able to anticipate all of the patient, family needs, and focus to achieve the desired outcome. The integration circle, which incorporates all three elements, the physical, relationship, and the psychosocial needs, were met as in open communication, being involved and informed of plans, respecting choices, providing privacy and dignity, ensuring well-being, medication management, comfort, safety, personal cleansing and dressing, just to name a few of them. The caregiver's requirements in the relationship component were also addressed, such as active listening, working with the patient to set goals, supporting and involving family, friends and carers, and being compassionate, being present and active listening. The context circle, which is the outer layer, we mapped this story at a system level that was evident by excellent holistic leadership, providing a culture of caring, ensuring resources are available and acknowledging the importance of evaluation and feedback as important components of quality activities. The policy level is also evident by also ensuring quality and safety, governance, accreditation, financial obligations are always at the centre of everything we do to ensure patient outcomes and safety is achieved. So our results, again, we haven't looked at they're not quite expanded on yet, but the nurses and the midwives responded, we themed them into subgroups. So it was basically listening to all of the texts, and we found out that teamwork, communication, environment, emotional connections, dignity, respect and commitment to caring and ongoing education. So the nurses were also valued leadership. They looked at engagement of the team, and one thing that stood out across a lot of the stories that I heard was providing time to connect and listen to the needs of the patient and carers. When we compared that to the family and carer representatives, they were very similar. So they also said dignity, respect, empathy, building connections, being present and allowing time were key components to care delivery. The third question, areas of improvement for SALHN. So when we looked at that, and if you can see there's a whole range of themes down the bottom, but they were areas of improvement for nurses and midwives, family and carers, would like us to focus on improving dignity and respect, which is very similar to the previous answers to the areas of improvement. These all align to SALHN's strategic map to listen, act, make better together. So our focus moving forward is to build a professional practice model utilising this framework that demonstrate how we incorporate these basic needs each and every time we interact with our families, patients and carers. So this significance is that we are, like I said, working towards professional practice model and further data analysis and mapping the strategies that enable our caring success to the priority areas of improvement. That's all. That's me.
Cherie, thank you. Wow. That was very...
Quick?
No, fabulous. And to really hear such positive stories. I mean, we spend a lot of our time hearing maybe not so positive stories, and we do need to do that to improve, but actually you flipped it. I think that was just really fabulous, and not a week goes by when I don't hear our EDON talk about fundamentals of care. So thank you for explaining in more detail what that is. So I think we've got time for one question, if there is a question from the audience. Otherwise, thank you very much, and I think it's a nice segue into our final presentation for the afternoon, which is from Dr. Tim Toe. Thank you. Who is a senior consultant at SALHN in our rehabilitation and palliative care division, and really a strong clinical leader for us in end-of-life care. So Tim's going to talk to us about screening for end-of-life care in acute hospitals. Thanks, Tim.
There you go.
All right. So thanks for that. Well done for making it to this time on a Thursday afternoon. And I promise we'll make this quick. So I guess the first question is, what's the issue around end of life and dying in acute hospitals for us, and particularly for us at SALHN? So I just wanted to start by actually just presenting a couple of slides around that. This is a study that was done in 2011, and they linked a whole lot of data in WA, and essentially took just over 1,000 people who died in WA, and that they looked at people who their cause of death was really around conditions that were considered amenable to palliative care, so things like cancer, renal failure, heart failure, liver failure, COPD, neurological disorders, etc. And then they died at this point, and then they went back and looked at their last year of life and what happened in that time. Only 3% didn't present to hospital at all. So 97% were engaged in the hospital system. For each person that died, they had an average of about 2 hospital ED presentations and about 43 occupied bed days across 7.8 admissions in that time. So they used the hospital a lot. Interesting, and about 62% of those people died at SALHN. So, died in hospital. In terms of for SALHN, what's our data? We have about 1,100 people who die per year at Flinders or across the SALHN bed stock. They have on average about 2.3 admissions at that time and about 25 occupied bed days in that last year of life. And we also know that about 50% of all Australians, including South Australians, die in hospital. That's the first thing. The second thing is, I think it's starting to be increasingly acknowledged that we're having more people die, or lots of people dying in hospital, and the need for national standards to actually move into this space. And so in the version 2 in the comprehensive care standard, there were 6 actions around end-of-life issues. Having said that, a recent study then just mapped 1,693 deaths across 9 hospitals in Australia against the consensus statement from and essentially found a number of things about dying not being well recognised at times. And I don't think we can always recognise every death, let's be honest. But lots were late. We recognised people dying really late in their course of their dying, and probably which led to taking a different approach to their care quite late in their course. And also it meant that a large number of people had active investigations and interventions that last 48 hours, which may not be appropriate. So to summarise so far, so 50% of people die in hospital. Those people have significant healthcare utilisation in that last year of life, and we tend to diagnose dying late, which probably means we still intervene too late, and that may be associated with patient, family and health system outcomes. So, which brings us to the study. So this is actually a relatively simple study, but I think the implications are important. So the idea was to really test a collection of patient characteristics from the literature that may indicate that a palliative approach, so a more conservative or more gentle approach to someone's care may be clinically appropriate. and then look at some of these indicators of the palliative approach and see what they predict in terms of mortality in the subsequent year. So it's a cross-sectional prospective cohort study. We looked at all acute medical and surgical inpatients on a single day in January 2017. Excluding ED, ICU, women's and children's mental health, and excluding the subacute, where you would also expect quite a few people to be approaching the end of their lives as well. On each ward, we had a nurse interrogate the notes and complete a form looking at some of these indicators. And the indicators were, and these were derived from a previous study that we did about 10 years prior. So does the patient have advanced or incurable disease? Are they from residential care? What's their resus status? And in particular, if they're designated not for resuscitation. Are they known to specialist palliative care? And are they currently being palliated? Or are they actually having end-of-life care as this admission at this point? So they were the sort of key indicators. And the other question we asked the nurse, now remember this nurse was not particularly trained in these things, this was pretty much just put in their hands and asked them to fill out this question. Would you be surprised if this patient was to die in the next 12 months, which is what's termed, I guess, the surprise question. No, I would not be surprised if they died is the sort of positive response that indicates a higher risk of mortality. So getting to the results. So, these are the indicators for the palliative approach and which ones flagged up for each of these patients. So you can see that in the blue is the total group, everyone, and the orange is the division of medicine and the grey is the division of surgery, and we'll follow the same colour scheme through the next few slides. But you can see the two peaks are really around advanced and incurable disease and a not for CPR order. Okay. Then those 5 factors we sort of, I guess, scored people as either having 0 through to 5 of those factors, and you see that about 45% of people had at least one factor indicating or supportive of palliative approach, and about 25% had two or more. When you actually went to the surprise question, about 33% were flagged as high risk, and the 1-year mortality for the whole group was about 27%. Looking at more specifically as if you had any one or more indicators versus if you were positive in the surprise question and the Venn diagram of where they overlap. And as you can see, about 50 or just over 50% were not flagged at all. 30% were flagged as both of them, with a small percentage just being just the indicator or just the surprise question. But I guess the interesting question now is really what happened to the 12-month mortality. So this is 12-month mortality against each of these indicators. As they increase. So there's, from left to right, obviously 0 indicators through to 5 indicators. And you can see the 1-year mortality with no indicators about 6%. It's about 30% for 1 indicator, 60% for 2 indicators, 72 I think it was for 3, and then if you had 4 or 5 indicators, you're universally dead at a year. Then the surprise question as well. So if you would be surprised that they died in the next year, as in that you think they have a lower mortality, the 12-month mortality was 6%, and if you would not be surprised, or the higher risk of mortality was 65%. So what's that mean in terms of I guess predictive values? So then the regression analysis looking at each of these factors, and you can see the top 3, advanced or incurable disease from residential care or not for resus, dropped out from a significance point of view, leaving being known to specialist palliative care or having an end-of-life sort of admission increasing the hazard ratio of your 12-month mortality by about just over 3, but really strongly the surprise question increased it by a hazard ratio of about 7.3. Then what we also did was look at the area under the curve, which is a measure of how well things are predicted, and sensitivity and specificity. And what I have done is colour code it to make it a little bit easier, where the higher numbers, which usually means better performance, is green all the way through to red, obviously. And what we did was take the surprise question, the palliative approach indicators at a cutoff of 1, 2 or 3 or more, and then all sorts of things of combining them, ors and ands and things like that. But actually, at the end of the day, the surprise question was probably as good as anything else, rather than complicating it more than that. So, what do we take from this? So, I guess that indicator approach gave us about 45% of our inpatient population. We got 35% a decade before, but there's some reasons for that we could talk about. And I guess it really depends on how you define palliative care approach or needs as to what number you get here. Secondly, our mortality was 26%, which is fairly similar to reported numbers around the place for acute inpatients. Probably the most similar one was one in Queensland recently. And then the third thing around the surprise question was certainly some of those psychometric properties were similar to what's been reported, but that hazard ratio was much higher than is documented elsewhere. Okay, and then, as I said, other people have combined the surprise question and other factors, a bit like we tried to at the end, and similar to us in this study, actually found that whilst you might gain some of that specificity, so you pick more of the positives are more positive, actually you miss people and you lose out on the sensitivity. And when you're screening, I guess sensitivity is really what you're looking for, generally. So, what are the implications for us and what do we take from this? Screening for end of life. I think there's certainly, as we look to this ageing, increasingly frail inpatient population group that we have, I think recognising people approaching the end of life is really important because it changes the way we would do care. I think Sunrise actually, the introduction of Sunrise does give us some opportunities around some of these prognostic tools and how we use them, although they still have limited predictive values. But actually, in fact, the surprise question was quite useful in this case, and I guess the question is how do we look at how we might use that in our day-to-day practice. But I guess the other question I have is really how would things be different if we did actually routinely and systematically identify patients at high risk of dying in the next year? Would we do our care differently? Because I think if we saw that we actually look after 50% of deaths in the state, and most of them have intersected with the hospital system in that last year of life, would we do things differently? I mean, I think at the moment we do, certainly from an inpatient point of view, often do very episodic care, and we deal with an episode, but we don't always have that oversight of that continuum of care. I think we do better advanced care planning and shared decision making, and care that probably transcended the inpatient admission. And I think certainly the literature would support that earlier recognition of the last year of life and dying with the resultant delivery of, I guess, hopefully more appropriate care can lead to reductions in cost of care in appropriate interventions and better outcomes for the patient, the family and the health system. I think we'd also see that dying's everyone's business and that general upskilling, and probably value a bit more some of those soft skills around communication and shared decision making. That's it.
Thank you, Tim. Fabulous. Just checking if there are any new questions on the Hoover app. We do have actually a couple of questions from the audience. Lauren will bring the microphone. Thank you.
Thanks. Tim, would any of these patients be then able to be moved home for end-of-life care as such, if you identified them well enough? Does that change, or are they actually sort of sick enough that they need to be in hospital till the final moment?
So it's a good question. So this doesn't actually help us in understanding what happens outside of hospital and how people move in and out for the end-of-life care. Having said that, if you're diagnosing people with dying, whatever that is, diagnosing dying in the last sort of 24, 48 hours, your window to move is very, very small. Maria, sorry, I think Jill was first.
Yes, Jill and then Maria. Thanks, Jill.
Just when you're asking the surprise question, do you get if the doctors or nurses who are answering the surprise question, do you get a sense of the factors they consider when they're answering it? Do you get a sense of that, or is it the look of the patient? Do you get a sense of any of that?
Have you watched The Castle? It's sort of the vibe. It's Marvo.
And I've got another part to that. Sorry. The people that are answering the surprise question, are they mainly doctors or nurses or a mix?
Okay. Oh, sorry. So come back to, apart from making light of that first question, so coming back to that, so these were people who were not, the people who surveyed the patient group here were general ward nurses or the TL for the day or ANUM who were not specifically trained in palliative care. I think there is a lot of intuition and the vibe of sorts at times for this patient group and how we do some of those assessments. And certainly there is other literature that talks around surprise question and seniority probably does it a bit better. But yeah, in this group, in fact, it was just the general nurse. So it was a fairly unsophisticated approach in that sense.
Maria.
It just makes me a bit uncomfortable that you've got this vibe that the patient's not going to live, and you might change your practice. Do you share that with the patient? What's the shared decision-making approach to a question? Do you think, would you be surprised if this patient was dead? I mean, because what you're implying is that you would then take a different approach to treatment. So presumably you've then got to share with the patient that you would be surprised if they were alive in 12 months.
I completely agree. Like if you actually take it to its conclusion, you actually change the way you do care for this patient group, which is a very big shift from what we do at this point. And given that you're doing goals of care,
I was thinking about that.
And in terms of the network, it actually, I mean, if I was to think about, if we identified these group of patients that are at higher risk of mortality, we should be having really clear, good discussions about their higher risk of dying, and then the implications of what that should mean in terms of their care across the continuum. Whereas we, including myself, can be very focused on that very acute inpatient episode, in, out, and then are we leaving it for the GP to recognise and have those conversations, or and then there's the group we service in outpatients and manage across the continuum in a different sort of way. If you were taking this from that perspective that we talked about and flipping it from a patient-centred position, it's a very different way of looking at how we do our care.
And I mean, it is completely appropriate that someone in the last year of life is using hospitals because they're presumably trying to get extra life. That's what they're getting treated. But if you then start to say, there's quite a complicated conversation with that patient.
Yes, but they don't always use hospital for everything.
We don't really know from the data.
But I think not from this. But I think sometimes hospital use is because there's a a lack of other services that could meet some of those needs that don't need to be in hospital. They don't need the MRI machines and CTs necessarily. Some of it's about care.
So I think this conversation could go on for another hour, and it's a really important one. And Tim mentioned the goals of care, and that it's a big piece of work for SALHN. We're not even at the end of the diagnostic phase, and I can already see that we'll have to bring Tim along to the steering group to talk to us. Very important about, because it truly is shared decision making with our consumers. So thank you, Tim. Absolutely fabulous paper and presentation. So give Tim a clap. So that draws us to the end of Thursday afternoon, and I guess just a couple of comments from me. We've had 6 really diverse, fabulous papers that have really given us a lot to think about, have certainly informed our practice moving forward, lots of take-home elements. And I think one thing that struck me was I think most of this research was done without any significant grant support or, and I think as Damien said, no money and not much time. But really what we've seen is clinicians and staff doing this as part of their work, and I think that links into the research strategy that we've heard Andrew talk about really repeatedly, how to embed it into all of us in our daily work. So we've really seen that today. It's just been fabulous. So thank you for your attendance, and we look forward to tomorrow, which is our final day on our sort of CIP improvement work. So thank you very much.